Hi, good morning. This is day 4 of SGHungerStrike4Gaza. Thank you for joining us. So all 8 of us have been on strike for more than 39 hours. There's only 5 of us here now. 3 of them are off camera. We have made a commitment to be on hunger strike for 48 continuous hours to protest the genocide in Gaza and Singapore's complicity in it. We will end our hunger strike at 7 p.m. today on camera with dates and juice. We make the following demands on the state of Singapore. Number 1, stop funding genocide. We demand the end of all military, economic, and academic ties with Israel and institutions funding and supplying genocide, starting with an immediate arms embargo and economic sanctions. Number 2, stand on the right side of history. We demand political and diplomatic consequences for genocidal entities, including isolation of Israel on the global stage. Specifically, we call for Singapore to join regional and global efforts to break the siege, i.e. the Gaza Freedom Flotilla, and abide by international law, i.e. the Hague Group, UN Uniting for Peace Resolution, and ICC arrest warrants. Number 3, stop the persecution of pro-Palestine solidarity. We demand the state represent the people in Singapore and lift restrictions on civil liberties and expression. We further demand ending ties with Israeli spyware and surveillance technology, which is used to police our own communities. Now we'll just go around to share how the strike is going for us and what we're planning to do during the day ahead. I'll start first. So far, the strike has been kind of sobering for me. I mean, physically, I'm okay, but yesterday we're just thinking about how I was trying to read for the day yesterday, but somehow I just couldn't concentrate, and I'm just led to think about how in today's climate, right, when everyone is just trying to struggle, like what I'm doing here, right, to that my body is just trying to keep up with the lack of food and sustenance. There's no capacity to do actually anything more to extend ourselves. So, and I hope that's something that that we can think about and maybe be more mindful of. Yeah. So I'll pass on to Mel.
Hi, yep. I'm feeling okay right now, but I think like waking up this morning, getting here was quite an ordeal because it's only been about a bit more than 36 hours on the hunger strike, and already I feel like a lot more fatigued, a lot more tired. It's just difficult getting out of it, difficult showering in the morning, and it's just feels very chilly on the MRT and everything, and like my hands also like shaking a bit this morning because of the low blood sugar. And yeah, but again, it's a very sobering, a very humbling experience because this is just my body after 36 hours. What about the Palestinians who have gone 2 to 3 days, 4, 5 without food, sometimes without clean drinking water as well, which we have been privileged to have. So yeah, in my mind, in my heart, is always the struggle of the Palestinian people and all others that have been oppressed in the world.
Thank you. For me, I've been quite tired lately because I haven't been getting enough sleep. But I mean, it goes to show how like lots of different things affect my body and not just hunger. And yesterday and today, all I've really done is just like sleep, which is a privilege that I have. I think that a lot of the Palestinians, despite their hunger, have to do a lot of things. Like they have to walk miles to find food and like survive through shootings and just to find food for their families and stuff. Their body goes through so much more than what my body is going through, and all I have to do is sleep. So yeah, I'm thinking about that today.
I think for me, what this hunger strike has done has really got me to not just like food and stuff like that, but really cut out all of the other distractions. And to cope with the hunger strike, I've had to be really deliberate about constantly being engaged with the complicity of Singapore with the famine in Gaza and what I can do to sort of respond to that. So as long as I remain deliberate and focused on what I need to do, I've been able to feel energized to some degree lah. But that's also because I'm only doing it for 48 hours, whereas Palestinians don't have a choice, and as has been declared very clearly, they are subject to an artificial famine lah. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, for me, today is my day 10 of my own personal hunger strike. I took breaks on Sunday and Thursday. Okay, so far, yeah, so far I'm okay. I'm doing well. I'm I'm doing well. It's just that the reason that I decided to do more is because I feel that it's not like I'm punishing myself, but it's more of like I'm acknowledging the daily struggle of Palestinians in Gaza day to day. Like Christina mentioned, they had to walk for miles and miles per day, and when they get displaced multiple times, it's really heartbreaking. I remembered when a friend of mine, a Palestinian, he mentioned that he said he swear to God, like it's really hard to survive in those conditions, especially with the sanitary problems, and and yesterday I think someone mentioned about Nurul mentioned about the troubles they face for their sanitation, for the women there, for their sanitation. So it's for us in Singapore, it's a stark contrast. So so yeah, I feel that that's why I'm doing more.
Thank you everyone for sharing. This week, SG Hunger Strike for Gaza is spotlighting Shahid's fundraiser. Shahid is a medical student who graduated right before the war began and was only able to spend 1 week in university before Israel began its genocide on Gaza. She dreams of being able to complete her studies in medicine. Shahid's family has been displaced about 11 times, and they continue to go through famine and severe hunger. You can read more about Shahid's story and donate through her Chaft page, which you can find on the screen and through our pages. Between 12 to 12:30 p.m. today, we will be answering questions related to our strike and demands, which have been sent in by members of the public. See you again then. Free
Palestine!
Free
Palestine! Hi. So I was just having a conversation about with a friend lah, because sometimes when we immerse ourselves in the news, um, we tend to focus on the reality is very 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 bleak, but very often um, there is also a lot of facts in the news which are very optimistic. So this is why I call it sort of like not me, and many people have called it revolutionary optimism. That being immersed with the reality of a brutal oppression, you also see very amazing points of resolute resistance. And I think I picked up this book when I was explaining this because this book is dated 1936 to 1939. So this is Ghassan Kanafani, who wrote Men in the Sun, but he was also a revolutionary. And so he analyzed the 1936 to 1939 Palestinian uprisings against British colonialism. So a history of resistance which even precedes the Zionist state. So like, you know, when they have these claims where Palestine didn't exist and Palestine is not a nation, if we think of Palestine as a nation founded on resistance, Palestine began even before the state of Israel was built. But more importantly, I think what I take from this is that the Palestinian commitment to a very clear sense of revolution against colonialism and imperialism, regardless of what that character is, whether that takes on a Zionist character, whether that takes on a British character, from 1936 to 2025, that revolutionary clarity has never wavered. So if a people who have been subjected to some of the most brutal violence do not shake in their commitment to resisting colonial structures, what more us? So as much as the images that are coming out of Gaza are brutal and unimaginable, just as amazingly, the unending, the unquenching Palestinian commitment to revolution tells me that if they can do it, why not us? We have not been subjected to as much violent repression as they have. And I have no doubt that we will eventually see a free Palestine. Thank you.
Okay, selamat afternoon, guys. It is 12, so it's the time of the day where we answer the Q&As. But before that, I would like to share a little bit of my check-in because I couldn't be part of the morning live. So actually, it's just one thing. I woke up today to a string of texts that really affected me emotionally because I got certain updates about a certain situation. And I actually came through a point where I was like, today I can't strike lah. Let's just cry that we're done and then send the text that I can't come today. But as I was reflecting to myself, last week I mentioned a few times that actually last week's strike I didn't feel much. Yeah, I didn't feel hunger, I didn't feel much thirst. And it was very fun. We got to dance, we got to sing, we got to do a lot of things that were fun. And then yesterday I brought up that, Allah was testing me yesterday because the migraine started at like 11 or 12, right? For me, my kryptonite is migraines lah. It's really like a sign that I need to eat. That's how I know daily when I'm doing well. So on top of the migraines yesterday, and then my body is getting ready for the time of the month. So the hormones are really bad, and the fatigue is very bad. The mental fog was very bad. On top of the text this morning, so I really wanted to give up. And I was thinking about how, if I was in Palestine, and I just find out that, let's say, my mom got murdered, food doesn't just magically appear to make me feel better. So I was like, if there's ever a time that I get to really feel the physical, spiritual, emotional turmoil of being hungry and grieving and trying to survive and being functional for my family and being helpful to my community, right? I wanted it to be today. And I was like, I like it, 7 more hours. I get to just experience 7 hours where I try that, right? And then I just pulled myself together and got my clothes on, got my hijab on, and I just walked slowly to the bus stop. And it was a very long 1 hour ride here, so I got to reflect on like, this is such a rare opportunity. I cannot explain, like, I started the day thinking life was being harsh on me, but I realized that was Allah really teaching me something new. And I'm so glad that when I think about the people I'm going to meet once I come, I felt less scared to try. So I am here, and it has gotten a lot better. Like the conversations I've had the past like half an hour since I arrived, I really felt a lot better. And I was very hopeful for the Q&A because we have some very interesting questions today. And I'm excited to hear from my fellow strikers as well. So team behind camera, what is the first question for today? It's louder than this. Oh, got it.
Because the mic is not connected.
Okay.
So the first question is, what's the trajectory of the fast like for you? What's the worst and easiest points?
Okay, since I'm holding the mic, I'll answer real quick. The worst I can say is I think the reflection of times 10 of what I'm feeling. So I complained about migraines just now, right? I'm very sure Palestinians don't just feel migraine lah. So when I say, wow, this is so bad. Okay, if I imagine times 10 of this, and I'm not in an aircon room, right? That empathy really was the hardest for me lah. Yeah, I could actually, like, if I think about it hard enough now, I can cry about it. So I don't think about it yet. But when I'm reflecting or I'm praying and I think about it, it's really, really hard. The sense of empathy that I cannot shut down because it's the function of me as a human being. The easiest part is, for me, deciding to do it. Yeah. I think the easiest part was when I first got the invitation. You want to do a hunger strike? Let's go. Yeah, that was the easiest part. And then it got easier because I met very good people. And I'm not saying 2 or 3. I'm talking about tens of people. And every person that I talked to was really good and empowered me. So that was very, very easy. Yeah, if you're talking about the hunger per se, it wasn't that hard because I could also just stay here till very late and then come early the next morning. And I don't have to see any food, right? Yeah, but I did feel that that privilege was also a point for me to reflect instead of using it as a soothing balm, like, okay, it's not that bad, I'm in an aircon room. No, it's actually the more I feel privileged, the more I have to reflect. Yeah, so actually reflection got easy for me. Yeah, as well. Yeah, around very like-minded people who love to reflect. So that has been for me. How about you, Mar? What's been the easiest and the hardest?
The easiest is always during and anytime I'm doing something, essentially like reading. Like I said, I always feel energized when I am thinking about what my role is and what I need to be doing to end the systems of oppression that we are complicit in. I'm always feeling energized. Like yesterday there was so many like 2-hour lectures, but I did not even sleep a wink, which is better than I can say for my actual lectures in school. I still fall asleep for those, but yesterday during the teach-ins, despite not having water, no food, I was like locked in. So that was the easiest part. The hardest part, I would say, was when I got home and I was, what do you call it? I opened the fridge and I opened the rice cooker because I saw what my mom was cooking for dinner. Yeah, that was the hardest part. I was like, wow. And it wasn't just hard in a funny sort of way. That was really the moment where, like, at the very least, during the day, there's not much food in front of me, and I didn't have to think about, that choice about not eating. But when I really opened that rice cooker pot, that's when all the images that I've seen thus far started flashing in my mind. Okay, this is why I'm doing it. Now I really feel like it's a hunger strike. Yeah. How about you?
Thank you. Same for me. Okay. So last night, Mama, I hope you're watching this. I came home and then she got me a pizza. She just put it on the table. In a way, Allah is testing me. Maybe she is also testing me whether I would eat it or not. So for me, that is the hardest part because I also open the fridge and I check the food that's in there. So basically, it comes to integrity for me because when nobody is watching, it's easy for you to see it on camera and then say, oh, I'm doing a hunger strike. But then it's another thing to yourself in that situation. Who's your monitor? Who's gonna keep yourself in check? It must be yourself. Your integrity must be there. And then for me, the easiest point is basically when I'm on hunger strike, my thought process, basically I'm using up my energy. I'm basically able to think better in that sense because you are, how to say, okay, an example is if you're in a desperate point in your life, right? You have to be pushed to that limits for you to, go even further, for you to do more. So that's that's what I can say. Yeah.
Thank you. Maybe for me, I think the easiest part comes after the first few hours when your stomach stops signaling to you that it's hungry. But the hardest part for me was last week, just before I had to break the strike, break the fast, and then the dates are in front of me, and I have to think about how I have to wait before I can eat it. That was really, really hard because I just wanted to get it over and done with. I mean, it's not comparable to what the Palestinians are facing, but I think that they also have to carry out a level of self-control when they do have food, when they have access to food, because they have to share maybe a really small bag of flour with a whole community of people or families that are of 20 people, and they don't really get to eat that much even when they're at the point where they get food. So yeah.
For me, the hardest part would be actually the first couple hours. Now I feel okay because somehow I'm used to it, and also I'm with people who are doing it with me. But I think the first few hours, after I had dinner, I was at Suntec, then I went home on the MRT, and the whole time I was just thinking about what I'm gonna eat when I get back home, because usually I'll have a snack, but no, I can't eat. So yeah, I think being alone, doing the hunger strike alone at home, the first few hours before coming the next day on Saturday and meeting everyone else is very difficult because firstly, it's very jarring. You're used to having food, you're used to having a choice, but now you don't. You still do, but I'm choosing to strike. And also just doing it alone at home with a family who, I don't think my family knows I'm on a hunger strike. Just having a family who's not necessarily the most accepting of you, your actions, and also not being aware of what you're doing now is just very isolating experiences. It was quite difficult, but I think now I feel much better. So yesterday, last night, I actually stayed here with Nurul until almost 11. Yeah, almost 11 p.m. And we're just like yapping, and it was like 11:30. Yeah, they're very late. And time just sort of it just flew because I was with people who shared my values, shared my beliefs, and with people who were in this with me together. So yeah, the easiest part about the hunger strike is being here, I would say.
Wow, so inspiring, all of you. Yeah, but contrary to what Christina was saying, I have not stopped feeling the hunger pangs. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, the difficult part was actually, yeah, yesterday after I reached home, after I showered, and I was sitting down at my computer desk, and I felt this really bad hunger pang coming out. I'm like, why is this doing this to me now? I didn't feel much when I was here, but I felt it quite intensely when I was back home. I at first I thought about, oh, because it's been like more than 36 hours of or more than 24 hours of what I was doing. Maybe that's why I'm feeling it now. But then I realized that it could be because, yeah, I was alone, right? And somehow or another that it became a little bit less bearable in the sense, so I could feel that. In terms of what was the easiest part of it, yeah, I think I just cop out a bit, but yeah, like what Nuru was saying, signing up for this, as in when I first saw the invitation, yeah, it was almost like a no-brainer to say yes to a hunger strike, because after 2 years of genocide and our government just refusing to do anything material to stop this horrific thing that's happening in our time, the Holocaust of our time. Yeah, I just felt that, yeah, the hunger strike might send this message to people out there, not just the government, but to all Singaporeans who are maybe still on the fence or still deciding or still thinking about what they could do for Palestine. Yeah.
Okay, let's hear the next question.
Why not a dry strike? Why 48 hours?
Oh, why not a dry strike, Umar? Why is it not a dry strike? Okay, or how about you? Do you want to answer why is it not a dry strike?
Yeah, so you just now we were just thinking about this. Why not a dry strike, right? So, well, for me personally, I can't speak for everybody, but for me personally, is what we're doing is a strike, right? What we're doing is trying to send a message out to people who are watching, people who might be watching, maybe at a later time, that that we are taking a stand against the genocide, and we are making demands on our government to stop their complicity in this genocide. So hence we are striking, and hence why not dry strike? I mean, we can't survive without water for very long periods of time, right? And we just need to be sustainable. We're not trying to kill ourselves here. That's not our intention. Our intention is not to be martyrs in that sense, but we're really trying to make a stand and make our demands to the powers that be. Hence, not a dry strike. Anybody else wants to?
Yes, and we have something very interesting by our friend Umar here. He's been doing something very surprising to me yesterday and today. Do you want to share a bit about that?
I mean, okay, first I'll talk about becoming a martyr. And because martyrdom in the Palestinian resistance has a long history. But the fundamental difference why we're not trying to become martyrs is because the martyrs who were created in Palestine were created directly because of Israel's violence. They don't do it as some like grand heroic thing. It is Israel who is meting out this extreme colonial violence. But I think that all my friends are teasing about is that on top of the 48-hour strike on 7 p.m., that started at 7 p.m. on Friday night, which will end today on 7 p.m. So on top of the hunger strike, I've also chosen to do a fast between around 5:30 in the morning till 7 p.m. as well on each day. So yesterday and today, I'm also fasting. So for that period of time, it is also a dry fast as well. So no water at all for that time period. Why did I do it? Because So I'm a Muslim, so I practice. So for me, this is actually for myself as well, and for my mom actually. So this was a suggestion by my mom. So she was like, "Oh, since you're not eating for 48 hours, why don't you just like add on a fast while you're at it? It's not much of a difference in change, no?" And yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. Like I'm still very much functioning. But I think also there is this other aspect to so ultimately our hunger strike is symbolism. It's supposed to be symbolic but not in any way similar to the hunger and famine which the Gazans are experiencing. And one of the aspects of their famine is that one of the first things that Israel targeted during its invasion of Gaza was Gaza's water supply. They hit all of the power stations which supplied any of the water cleansing, water purification equipment in Gaza. And so on top of the lack of access to food, Gazans every day till today, right now, still struggle very much to get potable or safe water to drink. I don't know the numbers, I don't have the statistics on hand, but I think most Gazans don't have access to sanitary water or water which is considered conventionally safe for consumption. So, I mean, for Singapore, which has prided itself on having one of the world's best water purification systems, Gaza is the not by any choice by the Palestinians, but by conscious action by the Israeli occupation, the inverse of Singapore's privilege of clean water. Yeah.
I would like to share as well. I was so inspired by him yesterday that I'm also fasting today. Yeah. Personally, for me, I think when I found out that Umar was fasting, so he hasn't drank, hasn't eaten, right? It reminded me of a phrase I really live by. It's a Quranic phrase. It's sabiqun, sabiqun, as-sabiqun, as-sabiqun, which means if you see someone do something good, you chase to go towards what they're doing. So when I was thinking about the hunger strike, right? The hunger strike makes posting on Instagram really not that scary anymore. Because there were actually people who were scared to even repost, right? Because that's so extreme, you know. What if I repost something and it's actually AI and it's not real, and like so much insecurities, right? Then when Umar said he was fasting, then I realized actually the hunger strike is easy. Then when I think about the hunger strike being easy, it turns out posting on Instagram that I was so scared last year was even easier. So that it reminded me of that principle, like really, if you see someone do something good, chase towards what they're doing. Yeah, chase. It's actually sabiqun means like the first of the people who would challenge each other to do as much good as possible. So that was very inspiring for me, which is why I was like, okay, today I try. Almost didn't make it, but I made it in the end, right? So which is really true that if you just set the intention to be a little bit better than yourself, and if you put an intention to look to your left and right and be inspired by the people around you to do a little bit better, you'll be surprised how much land you can cover in like one day or 1 week or even a year. So I think that was very inspiring for me. I want to thank Umar for that, and your mom for telling you to starve and like inspiring us to do it as well. Yeah, and hopefully I also want to implore, because I love actionable steps, for you guys out there to try as well. Yeah, maybe you cannot hunger strike 48 hours. You can try half of a Muslim fast. Don't eat till 12. So at least you get to emphasize with Palestinians for 4 hours, you know, and then you build towards that, you know. So hopefully we all inspire each other to keep growing in what we do to help Palestine. Okay, and what will be the next question? Oh wait, Shafiq wants to answer. Okay.
To what Nurul said, I would like to add the human capacity is actually not limited. So basically, for us, we are able to fast, and we are we are able to fast and go hungry for long days. So okay, I give you an example, because I used to think that I'm stupid. Yeah, not stupid, like very difficult to, you know, sometimes when I read something, you know, I keep telling myself some limiting thoughts, such as you know, there's too much information, there's so much information, there's abundance of information, so I am not able to cope with this. Then someone told me that human, actually your knowledge, your whatever you can grasp is actually beyond like maybe for example like AI is beyond what you can think. Like a human being, their creativity knows no bounds. So whatever you think of, somebody else will be able to think of something that is beyond. It's like out of the box. So do not underestimate your human capability. Like I said, like if you want to, you can take small steps, actionable steps that ensure that maybe you can do this. Okay, not just for Palestine, but for your own personal development. So you want to do hunger strike, or maybe you start with maybe half day first, right? It's really up to your own capacity first. But like I said, human emotional, human mental and physical capacity knows no bounds. So but then you take it slow. You just need to be gentle with yourself. So yeah, at the same time. Yeah. Okay, next question. Sorry, Christina.
Sorry, the question is why not a dry strike, right? I think that there is a bit of a misconception behind the intention of our strike. Like, I think that there is this idea or this belief that we are trying to be extreme or that we're trying to do an extreme or radical action. I feel some of the comments that I've read like assume that of us, and that they question our commitment to the extremity. So they'll be like, oh, like they're not like filming for the full 48 hours, so like how do we know they're not actually just striking for 17? What if they're lying and it's like actually just 17 hours of strike and not 48? But I think like it doesn't matter if it's 17 or 48 or 24. I think that we're not trying to be extreme in not eating and not drinking. We are just trying to make space and time to be empathetic towards the Palestinians, to think about the Palestinians. Like, the purpose of the strike is just to be present and to be thoughtful. So like I think that I think that there's just that misconception. Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Okay, wait. Just to like add on a small bit on like actionable steps. I think start small. Just start by talking to people about it. Start by posting. I think it's very scary when you start doing, because like no one else around you is doing it. And I guess this is like, for me it's quite new also, because I've only educated on myself on the issue the past couple months. But so far, like the reception I've received from friends, from people I know, is that they feel like my actions are very inspiring, like choosing to join the movement, choosing to join the struggle. I think, I would like to implore everyone to be brave as well. Just start somewhere. And like our capacity for learning, for growth and everything, our capacity for action will also grow with time, the more we do.
Okay, are we ready for the next question? Yes, what is the next question?
Do you think we'll actually see a free Palestine in our lifetime?
Personally, you want to start first?
Yeah. I think for this one, I would unpack that question. Will we see a free Palestine? 100% yes. I have no doubt of my mind. In our lives, that's a bit of a different question, because, and I think, again, I said this quote yesterday also, and I'll say it again today. I'm always reminded of that scene with Basil Andra in No Other Land, because there are so many generations of Palestine who have had no doubt they will see a free Palestine. They just never got to see it within their lives. There is a long list of martyrs and Palestinian luminaries who have not seen, I mean, even within, since 7th of October, Rifat Alari, the amazing Gazan poet, he will see a free Palestine, just not within his physical lifespan. So for me, and I think for everyone here, there should be no doubt that we will see a free Palestine. But that second part, it's really not important. Just do your bit. I mean, and I think, again, the history of Palestinian martyrdom, they will see, when they celebrate their victories, they will recite the names of their martyrs and those who have fought for Palestine. So if you want to see a free Palestine, and even if it's outside of the time period of our lives, make your mark in that fight for justice and liberation, and you will see a free Palestine. Of that, I have no doubt. Yeah.
Thank you. I strongly resonate. Yeah, people has asked me this same question as well personally. Like, will we see it? Yes, we will see it. And this isn't radicalized imagination where we're super like toxic positivity. Yeah, it will be good. Things will be okay. By design, humanity cannot lose. By design. Yeah, and I strongly believe that when you talk about, it's true, when you talk about free Palestine, it'll be free. It's a matter of fact. Even like the people I knew who were on their deathbed, and I saw them on their deathbed, and they said very hopefully, as a matter of fact, okay, your turn, you go free Palestine, and you tell me when we meet again in the other life. Very as a matter of fact. And I still think about that conversation because even till the end, it became a no-brainer. Palestine will be free, and I strongly believe in that. In our lifetime, God knows how long we'll be alive to begin with, right? God knows what is coming for us, right? But just like what Umar said, it doesn't matter whether it'll be in your lifetime or not. Yeah, what's important is in your lifetime, you died trying, you died helping, you died believing in something with all your heart, right? That is what the focus is on, instead of feeling like, they might not be free in my life, and so by the time I die, it's no point because you're not going to be free. Why think like that? Yeah, no, they will be free. Yeah, 100% confidence they will. But what we need to work on is believing that every day there's something we can do for them. Yes, what about you?
Thank you. Oh, wait, I lost my train of thought. I think that a lot of people try to see the situation like realistically, in the sense that they see that the Palestinian people are like being bombed, right? And that Israel and the US have a larger, or they have so much power over the Palestinians that it actually seems like almost bleak or almost impossible that Palestine will be free because of just the sheer amount of difference that we have in power. But I think that it's very important that we can imagine a world where we can overcome the power that they have. Like imagination, like even if like you say, like it's not like our belief that Palestine will be free is not just based in some like faith or like imagination, but even if it is, I think that it's important because like I think that feeling that we are helpless or that it's like there's, or like realistically it's impossible, or like feeling despair is sort of like the tool that imperialists or the empire uses to make us feel like we shouldn't try at all. And I think that believing that Palestine will be free and that hope is a discipline, and I think that we should continue to cultivate or to like really try our best to believe that a free Palestine is possible in our lifetime, even if it seems as though like realistically it might not be possible. Like we should just hope that it is possible and then try and work towards it. Yeah.
I think my perspective is slightly different. For me, I guess I'm a bit more pessimistic. I don't know whether I'll see a free. It doesn't. I don't know, but also it doesn't matter if we will see a free Palestine or not. What matters is like we all know that in the end, a free Palestine is something that, if it happens, will be for the good of humanity, and Palestine should be free, rightly, for the people in them and for humanity. Oppression is an evil, imperialism is an evil that we have to fight. I think that is enough for me to take action, because I mean, we've all been taught that, like, you know, growing up, like what we do when no one else is looking is what matters the most. It's the most telling thing about our character. Like what do we do when we see like an animal in the street? Do we like kick it, or do we like take care of it? It's just doing what is right is at the core of it. It's like it goes back to our demands again. Number 2, stand on the right side of history. That doesn't just apply for our government. It also applies for every single person living in Singapore, living across the world. Even if you don't think whatever actions you take will end up having material consequences, tangible impacts on the occupation for Palestinians, do it anyways because it's the right thing to do.
Well, I just want to say yes, I also believe in a free Palestine. Palestine will be free one day. And I just want to add that hope is our form of resistance. So please hope, please imagine a better future for everyone. Yeah.
Thank you everyone for sharing such insightful knowledge. For me, is my answer is Wallahu Alam. It means only God knows. And for Muslims, Allah is the best planner. This is what we believe. Okay. So for me, yes, it does not matter if whether we will see a free Palestine in our lifetime or not. But to tell you the truth, the issue in Palestine really really affect me because when the time during 7 October, 7 October is actually my birthday. Yes. I did remember at that time telling my friend that I want to go there so bad. I really have to like save these people. Okay. But then my friend told me, what good are you if you're gonna be like, gonna be compromising your safety? So I'm not gonna lie, Palestine really makes me strengthen my faith, and it's I don't know if it's cliche or not, but it opens up really opens up my eyes on my humanity, and I hope it does to everyone else to really put in effort for your own change and for your own efforts for Palestine and for helping the oppressed around the world. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge and affirm Shafiq. Yeah, sometimes we feel that, oh, I can't take it anymore. It's so hard. Let me just go there and do something, right? I tell myself this every time I have a strong urge to fly out of the country and just do whatever, like maybe go to another country. At least I can protest. At least I can say something, It's harder to live for Palestine than to die for it, I tell myself. Yeah, so every day that I choose to learn, to unlearn, to grow, to meet people, have hard conversations with friends and family, that's actually really, really hard. And I don't want to discount that for myself. So I say, no, that's my struggle for Palestine. Yeah, that's my struggle. That's how I feel I really feel what you're feeling. Let me just go there. Let me do something, right? Yeah. Yeah. So that's for everyone that also feels like what Shafiq and I feel as well. There's many ways to struggle for Palestine, and all of it is acknowledged and affirmed. Yes. And what is the... oh, wait.
Just to add on. Right. If you're wondering whether or not you need to fly to Palestine to save it, take it from a Palestinian himself. Give me a sec. In the words of Ghassan Kanafani, who is a member of the PFLP and the author of A Man in the Sun, imperialism has laid its body over the world, the head in Eastern Asia, the heart in the Middle East, its arteries reaching Africa and Latin America. And this is important. Wherever you strike it, you damage it, and you serve the world revolution. The Palestinian cause is not a cause for Palestinians only, but a cause for every revolutionary, wherever he is, as a cause of the exploited and oppressed masses in our era. So what that means is that you don't need to be in Palestine. You in Singapore, as a country which is so complicit in the genocide, are in a very, very powerful position to take so many actions to help not just the Palestinians but yourself, to free yourself and the Palestinians from the cause of imperialism. So when I read this, because I felt the same way as my two friends beside me as well, but when I read this quote, for a Palestinian to tell you, you stay put, you are where you need to be, and you need to do the actions that are necessary in your conditions to serve the world revolution, essentially. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next question.
What do you think it will truly take to mobilize Singaporeans?
Anyone want to answer that? Okay, I think mobilizing Singaporeans. I'll take it from my own perspective. I actually believe in the long game, because if there's anything I know about the scene in Singapore, if you're too loud, too fast, you'll get smacked like a mosquito and you'll die. That's it. So if you believe in any cause at all, I realized that when I wanted to mobilize people, I had to really tell myself, you'll be surprised how many hearts can move if you just move one heart. Yeah. So when I wanted to mobilize my friends, right, I was like, if I have one friend follow me, can lah. Just one friend, right? It's been 2 years, and it's been more than one friend. It's been more than one friend group. It's been more than one family member. And when I reflect back, how did I manage to mobilize them and for them to be okay with what I do and for them to actually, take their own initiative to do more? I think the actionable step I want to share with you guys is you have to touch your heart and clean it first. And this is lack of better translation. What I mean is that when you want to mobilize someone, right? I feel that as a Singaporean, I this is me being honest. I always judge the person trying to mobilize me. You know, yeah, I always like, are you someone credible? You know, because I could get in trouble, and if am I in trouble, are you gonna help me? Are we on like the same wavelength of what we understand and our goals, right? Then I realized if I judge people like that when they try to mobilize me, that means people will judge me when I'm trying to mobilize them, right? So that is why I like doing the hunger strike, posting, being open about my thoughts and coming up for events, right? It's because if I ever want to mobilize someone, I need to clean my heart. And how do I clean my heart? It's by proving my words with my actions. I will show up. I will be there. I will do good. So when I go to them and I have a conversation with them, it's not just some random girl shouting on the internet. Like that is Nurul Fatima, and she tried something. Whether it failed or not, it's okay. But in her track record, she tried all this. So when you want to mobilize people, not only are they inspired, they feel a little bit less fear. Because I went through it. I already walked barefoot on the ground. You won't get burnt. Okay, then you can walk barefoot as well. So that's what I tell myself. So clean your heart and show up, and then have the hard conversations without anxiety. Yeah, I'm not saying don't have anxiety. I'm saying put it aside for a while. You'll be surprised how wise people are, how self-aware they are, and how much they actually care. Yeah, I cannot say in words and numbers the amount of times I have a conversation with someone who I thought didn't care about Palestine, but actually really did, but just did not have the words or the community to host them. So they were loitering alone, trying to find someone. And that was me 2 years ago till I found this community. So these are some of the actionable steps from my experience in mobilizing Singaporeans. Anybody else want to share your experience? Okay, we'll go this way.
Okay. I think we have talked a few times that one of the biggest things that prevents Singaporeans from being mobilized is fear. We are governed by fear. So I think that to counter that, I think that we have to inspire some sort of reassurance or faith that our community is able to provide or to be able to protect or to be able to fill in the gaps where they think that institutions and governments are solely the provider of. I think that we are all very isolated and that we have a lot of faith in our government. It's not misplaced, but we do have a lot of faith in our government, and we solely rely on the government. And we forget that the people around us and ourselves are very capable. I think that to mobilize every one of us, we have to be have faith in our ability and the ability of our community to provide for us, and also to be able to reassure those that are still governed by fear. I think that's the two main things. Yeah.
The phrase that came to my mind just now while Nurul was talking was, and she said it earlier, was show up. I think, speaking from personal experience, I think the first thing you can do to mobilize the people, and I guess you start with the people around you, is to show up yourself first. When you do that, I guess in a way you become an example for the people. And I think Nurul said it earlier also about people in Singapore needing permission to do things. So I guess in a way that does that as well. And the other aspect I feel like why we have such difficulties mobilizing Singapore is, and I think I've talked about this previously, was that I think our material conditions is such that we are all busy trying to survive, that we do not have the capacity to actually even think of something beyond ourselves, right? So I think it's important for us also to then build community amongst ourselves to address the material conditions of the people around us, such that, if you have friends, who have children, maybe you could come together to have childcare services so that people, can go and do all these things themselves, right? And think when we actually start to build a community and address our own material needs, then I think people have that capacity and the bandwidth to actually even start thinking about fighting for their own liberation, for the liberation of everybody else. Yeah, so I think that's what I have to add to that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I guess we're ready for the next question.
This is the last question. Some people have lamented about their struggles on reconciling with Hamas as a pro-Palestine individual. What are your thoughts?
Okay. The first point is that I need to always keep clear in our minds is that since 1967, all of Palestine, that idea of river to the sea, since 1967, from the rivers to the sea, all of Palestine has been under a military occupation. And it is an illegal military occupation. Give me a sec. Under a number of statutes of international law. So first of all is that it's illegal settlements in the occupied territories, which were in both the West Bank and Gaza until 2005 or 6, are illegal under Article 49 of the Geneva Convention and are also defined as war crimes. So war crimes, not normal crimes, but war crimes under Article 8 of the Rome Statute. The point I'm trying to make is that since 1967, that's almost until this year, since 1967, that military occupation has remained in place and has not abated. So that is just under 50 years of a constant regime of violence. So a military occupation is all about military violence, the imposition of military force. And Palestinians in the West Bank are not ruled by civilian law. They are civilians who are ruled under military law and under military realities. So that means a constant state of violence, and fundamentally. And this is a fact that is borne out in everyday realities for Palestinians all across the occupied territories, essentially. So since 1967, 48 years of constant violence. All of Palestinian resistance, including Hamas, have emerged as a response to that. So very clearly, they are responding, Hamas and all of the other Palestinian resistance groups are responding to an illegal, violent military occupation which has existed in 1967. Hamas in particular did not really emerge until the 1980s. So there is a long established history of the imposition of Israel's military violent regime on the Palestinians, which the Palestinians are trying to generate responses to. And an armed response to a military occupation is something that we ourselves should understand in Singapore. We ourselves have experienced a violent military occupation, not personally, but historically. During the Second World War, Singapore was occupied for 3 years from 1942 to 1945 under a violent military occupation. And we ourselves, from that history, assert our right to respond to a military occupation with armed force. We have the Singapore Armed Forces to do that, and so on and so forth. There is literally no fundamental reason why this should be different for the Palestinians, because ultimately the right of resistance is afforded to a people, not a state. So the people of Palestine have chosen to exercise their right to resist a military occupation. And number two is this: as people who stand outside, as Singaporeans, or if you stand outside of Palestine, we have one ultimate privilege, that we do not live under the genocidal violence of Israel or its constant military occupation. And as much as we have our own personal political leanings, I think it's also important to discipline ourselves to the fact that ultimately it is the people who face the genocidal violence, it is the people who face the daily military violence out of apartheid and occupation who have the ultimate decision and choice to determine how they should respond to that. For us, as long as we identify the illegality of the Israeli military occupation and where the right side of history is, stay focused on that and stay disciplined to that. Beyond that, that is up to the Palestinians to decide how they should resist. And then number three, this is a bit of history. So everyone remembers October 7, 2023, but no one remembers 2021, where the people of Gaza did this thing called the Great March of Return, which was a peaceful procession towards the barrier with no intent, no arms, no weapons, no nothing. All of regular Gazans every day. Then there are plenty of photos which commemorate this event, where they peacefully marched to the end of the siege. And I also want to take this. I want to also remind everyone that since 2006, on top of the already military occupation of all of Palestine, Israel has imposed a unremitting siege on Gaza, which is it is very much within the eyes of international, within anyone who has some modicum of academic honesty, a war blockade. Since 2006 till now, that is 19 years of unremitting siege. And even then, even though war has already been imposed on the civilians of Gaza, on all of the people of Gaza, even despite that, they chose to respond in a peaceful fashion in 2021, the Great March of Return. And what was the response of the Israeli occupation? Snipers, direct military, arms were used against peaceful protesters. I think the message that Israel has laid out is clear, that we will not recognize any form of resistance, and our language is of pure force. This is the language of the colonizer. The language of the colonizer is pure force, and I don't think there is anything else that we can say to that. I mean, the Israelis themselves have laid down the terms of their occupation and the terms of their illegality. Yeah.
I want to recommend a book called Perfect Victim. If you guys remember a very viral video of a Palestinian that's like upset because there's an Israeli taking over his house. Then the Israeli said, if I don't take your house, someone else is going to steal it, right? That video shook me a lot because of the sheer lack of empathy in a human being. That was one of the first times I saw a human being and I'm like, wow, that's wild, right? And the book Perfect Victims really inspired me to understand that I think when people ask me about Hamas, there's this sentiment that like, I want to help Palestine, but they're not properly oppressed, you see, because they have Hamas, and Hamas kills people, right? So cannot help Palestine lah. They're not perfect. They're not the perfect victim. They're not the well-behaved, properly oppressed, down victim, and that really made me like check myself because for example on Instagram you'll see a lot of Palestinians, saying things like I won't forgive you if you scroll past this, and then they ask for donations every single chance they get, right? And we get drained because there's only so much we can give. There's only so much capacity, right? And I find myself thinking of the book again. This is me thinking that they have to be a well-behaved, perfect victim before we help them. But there is no perfect victim. Not when you are put in such a situation. So much hardship, so much hurt, so much injustice. We always question, why is Palestine not the perfect victim? Have we asked why and what and how would they end up like that if there was a very, very, very imperfect oppressor that made them like that? Why did we look down and check them? So that's one of the easier examples I can give when someone asks about Hamas, because not everyone has the capacity to read paragraphs and pages, right? Not everyone has the capacity to read history, which you should, by the way. Please do it. Please read, right? But if you can't, at least keep this idea in your mind. Like, why did you think Hamas has to be a no killer, no hurting anyone, not look like terrorist group before you realize, okay, actually, then I can help. Yeah, and then I can reconcile and everything's okay. Yeah, the bare minimum is that. If they've already been mistreated that long, who are we to say they cannot act like that? Yeah, and who are we who is not fully read? I'm talking about myself. I'm not even fully read on the history. I'm not even fully read about their situation. I'm not even fully read about what's going on or what has happened. What right do I say to tell them, hey, don't act like that lah? That's not very nice. I want to help you, but Hamas this, Hamas that, right? So that's something I check myself a lot, and also being aware of my own knowledge gaps and knowing my place, because as I said last week, the Palestinians will free themselves. We will not free Palestine. Palestinians will free themselves. It is on our duty to help them. And that is our most important focus right now. Yes, and who else has anything to add to the question? Okay.
Yeah, to me the answer of like why do I support Palestine even with the things Hamas has done or have been accused of doing, is quite simple. Because like, I just think about it in the context of Singapore. If Singapore was still under Japanese occupation for like 40, 50 years, what would I do? If there was a resistance, an armed resistance, what would I do? I think I would just join it, because if I'm already aware that the enemy, my oppressors, are out to kill me and that they would just simply suppress all forms of peaceful resistance, then armed resistance would remain the only struggle. If there was a resistance in Singapore against a Japanese occupation and I was born during that time, then joining that resistance would be a very clear, very simple decision for me to make.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. We will be back at 6:45 p.m. to address the public, and we will end our strike on camera at 7 p.m. by eating dates. In the meantime, our two programs for the day are the upcoming by SG Climate Rally. So just after this, there is a counter mapping workshop from 1 to 3 p.m. And then following that, a teach-in about climate justice in Palestine at 4 to 5 p.m. You can follow Singapore Hunger Strikes for Gaza's Telegram channel or Instagram page for more details about the programs over the next 2 weekends. Free, free. Palestine. Free, free. Palestine. Thank you.
Okay. Hi everyone. Thanks for coming for our counter mapping workshop. So today we have people who are here physically for the workshop itself, but we will also be sharing this introduction part so that the rest of y'all who are not here can participate, can join in and listen to. So thanks everyone again. So this is who we are. We're actually Climate Rally. We're a climate justice group based in Singapore. And you might wonder why then we are here for the Palestinian cause. And that's because climate justice is not only about the environment, but also about seeking a more just world based on intersectionality. And we see climate and Palestinian struggles as interconnected. Later, after at 4, we also have, at 5, we will have, 4, we will have a teaching about more about these connections. And we are also co-organizing this with BDS Singapore, so you can follow both of us on Instagram for more about what we do. But now let's go on to the topic of the workshop, which is counter mapping. So I'm sure everyone is familiar what a map is, right? Maps, we are familiar with like Google Maps, the MRT maps. Maps tell us where we are, how to go to places. So when we use these maps, we trust that they're accurate and they represent reality, right? But maps also cannot tell us everything because you cannot capture everything that's in the world. And so there's some level of abstraction in every map. Like in the MRT map, you don't see the roads or the correct shape of the island. We don't actually see the correct distances between the station. But that's not important for MRT map because it's more about what is the line you need to take. So different maps have different purposes, and maps do not represent the entire of reality. And also maps are not just abstract or different or like wrong because they serve different purposes. And in today's workshop, we are more interested in uncovering what are the worldviews that underpin each map. So maps are political. They are a political statement of a desired world. So they are not just neutral or they are not just objective, right? And because of this, they can also be a way to legitimize power structures and ownership, like of land, of resources. And so they are statements of a desired world. And maybe if this sounds too abstract, we can also ask questions about maps, like what is shown and what is hidden, whose worldview is being represented. And let's look at some examples thinking about these questions. So first we have this one that probably everyone is familiar with, like we see in history class. This is the Raffles Town Plan. And so this map was drawn up to influence how the British wanted to influence the urban landscape of Singapore. And it's not based on what Singapore was like at the time. It was like what they wanted Singapore to be. And though it was also not executed to the complete 100%. So if we go back to the question of whose worldview is this map representing, this is the colonizers' perspective. So they wanted to impose a certain order and areas for different ethnic groups, and also this artificially defined racial or ethnic divisions. Is this what people who were living in Singapore then wanted? We don't know because they weren't asked, right? And then we think about what is being shown and what is being hidden. We can think about what was there before this was drawn. Was it just a blank space? Definitely not. Maybe there were marshy areas that needed to be reclaimed by filling in with soil or land, and then they needed to flatten some hills so that they could transport the soil to make it stable, and so that they could build the roads. So there's also like what's missing is the natural landscape that was there before, and the people who occupied or lived off it. So without looking closer at the map or having other knowledge of the space, it's very easy to say, oh yeah, this is a plan, this is official or rational way to draw the space. But we need to constantly question what are the choices that fed into this map, like the choices of what information to show and not to show, And even though it's not very explicit, like they don't write in the map like we're going to reclaim this part circled there, but these are all like decisions that have already been made when the map is drawn. And then let's zoom out of Singapore and another before that another example. This one in this map we don't see all those political or like racial spaces in the town plan, but we see how Singapore was like occupied by Singapore was like before it was occupied. So like the natural elements, the type of plants and types of green spaces there were. So we could say like this one foregrounds non-humans and gives a different perspective of what Singapore was. And then now we will zoom out to and go look at the Palestine. So I think in previous teachings probably some I think this was already covered, right? How the European countries carved out the Middle East and then by drawing arbitrary lines on the maps. So this is the map of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which saw the Ottoman Empire cut up into different areas, including Palestine. Palestine is this part of it. Palestine is the yellow area here, and this was to divide the land between the British and the French. So maybe it's a bit hard to see on this, but the idea was that the different areas were to be split between the French and British direct control or influence along this line that divides A and B that you can see. And again, this map is from the colonizer's perspective. They also use the euphemism of influence or protection of the land when it's more of actually invasion and occupation. So from these examples, we see that maps are not just representations of reality, but they reflect, and in many of these examples, they show specific political intentions of urban planning, of colonization. And so this gets closer to what is counter mapping, which is trying to uncover these things. We want to look critically at a map, knowing who created it. We want to try to uncover what are the intentions and biases behind the map, and then draw these out in counter maps that counter these narratives, these like official or correct narratives, and create space for alternative worldviews. Yeah, and the term counter mapping itself came from a 1995 paper where a researcher was working with indigenous communities in Indonesia, trying to map their traditional lands. So just a bit of a history. So actually, the term itself, it comes not far from us, right? And this was a national park in Indonesia that overlapped with 12 different customary lands of indigenous communities. And the exercise trained the indigenous communities, the men, the women, the youth, to map what they knew about their land. And through this mapping, they were able to show how they organized, how they managed and used the land and resources, their social histories, and how they dealt with the boundaries of their own customary land with other villages and communities. And all these were things that were not shown on the like Western or like official maps of the park, national park. And so this exercise made evident what was previously unknown, like the traditional indigenous knowledge of the land and its resources, and their management practices. So then these mapping exercises, they were combined into a customary land map, which became a significant part of the process of recognizing the rights of the indigenous peoples in Indonesia. So then this map becomes a medium to transmit information that can be read by outsiders, and it can become a tool for discussions and negotiations with the government, because like the government or the private sector, they still need like a map to kind of understand and see the space. But this allows them to bring in that indigenous perspective. And it also serves as a basis for resolving local boundary and other disputes. So now let's look at some other examples of counter mapping. Here we have this one called the Mapping Project that is based on groups in the US, in Massachusetts. And it's on a website, so you can also Google it, and it's an interactive map. So what this shows is they tried to map out the businesses, the corporations, and the institutions that support the colonization of Palestine, and drawing links between them, or using colors to show like different types of entities. So like one highlighted here is the Boston Consulting Group, and then for each dot that you press on, then you can look at more information about how they are related and how they are linked to the colonization of Palestine. Yeah. And then also from the different colors of the map, you can see the different types of entities like the police, the government, university, consulting firms, military, weapons. And the lines also show different kinds of links, like whether it's a collaboration, it's financial support, partnership, products, or real estate links. And because it's online, they also allow you to toggle between different views. So this, just now, it was a view of like how they are located geographically. And then this one is a graph view, which rearranges them in terms of how they are connected to each other. So for example, in the screenshot here, we filtered this to show only the financial links. So all the green lines are financial links. And then we can see like which are the central nodes. So like you can see some have more lines connected them to than others, right? Some are like just one line, and then some are like center at this, which is Fidelity Charitable Foundation, I think, or other ones like this. I can't really see, but I think it's some philanthropy. So this is something also we can think about later when y'all do the group exercise about how we want to represent, we want to try to map out like Zionist entities or links with Israel, and this is one way to do it, but there can be other ways too. Another example here is this one called Barcelona Z. So it's a collaborative map to map out the physical locations of Zionist businesses that are part of the city's economy, and categorizing them into different industries like armaments, technology, tourism, energy, real estate, food, for example. And so this makes what is invisible visible, right? So then people kind of like get a sense of what are these that actually there's a large presence of Zionist businesses in the city, and then maybe they can work together, organize to do like boycott events or like other kinds of actions. But what the map does is to make these visible, and then it becomes a tool for further actions. And this one was also done as a collaborative map, so then people, anyone in the public can also submit new entries, so it builds up a kind of resource, a repository of public knowledge. Another one closer to Singapore, this is a map of Hong Kong, of genocide enablers, and they did it into a form of a zine, so it's easily shareable, and you hold it around and walk around the city. So the concept for this one was a solidarity walking tour. So instead of like a history walking tour or like a tourism walking tour, the idea is that as you walk through the city, you can learn about the different companies or individuals who have connection to Israel, like via investments. And this is quite interesting, right? Because it lets them appreciate how close actually they are to what's happening in Palestine, even though geographically, physically they're far away. And it makes the flows or these connections embodied and materialized via the buildings that you see, even though the financial flows are invisible or more abstract. And then at the back of the zine, they wrote two different timelines, like a history of invasions and occupations in Hong Kong, and then parallel with that, the history of invasions and occupations of Palestine, to show how these struggles are also connected. And then they link it to a call for action with a list of BDS targets specific to Hong Kong. Yeah, so this is another example of like counter mapping as a tool, and also like leading on to further action or calling on for more organizing efforts. So this is an example of Singapore, maybe something that we can do in the context of this workshop, in the limited time we have. So this is a photo from the URA's master plan exhibition about green spaces in the east region of Singapore. So when you look at this map, you see a lot of green, right? So it looks like Singapore is very green, everything is very good and eco-friendly. But then maybe we notice some things like you see the whole Changi Airport area is green, but actually it's not really green, right? It's full of concrete and runways and buildings. So then as an example, we overlaid this and then we annotated this map. So we decided to show what is missing. So like what we said, the airport is made with reclaimed land, right? Because sand coming from other Southeast Asian countries that destroys their ecosystems and people's livelihoods. We have the place where they hold the Singapore Air Show, where we hosted genocide enablers. We also have along the East Coast, there's this Long Island that is being planned, and then it's another huge reclamation project, and also in a way we can say it's a form of green colonialism. Like it's supposed to protect us from rising sea levels, but it's also made with land stolen or taken from other countries, and to expand more land so we can build more developments. And then you see all the markers on the map. These are from Migrant Death Map, which is a group that has mapped out migrant worker deaths in Singapore over past 22 years. And if you look at this, then it makes visible like what is the cost of all these developments we are having, even if they may be green or like sustainable developments or green buildings. Other things are like the Orang Pulau rights, the islanders who lived off the coast, new reclamation plans that will affect more seagrass meadows and other biodiversity, the Last Kelong in Singapore, new HDBs that are driving out the wildlife, the migrant worker dormitories where they are cramped and in unsuitable living conditions. And also one big feature like the government has talked about recently is the new development from the Paya Lebar Air Base. But we also know the reason the airbase is able to be developed now is because a lot of it was moved away, for example, to the Tengah Air Base, which was expanded, and then this expansion affected a lot of graves and farms, and part of it also was expanded to other air bases in Changi and Pulau Sudong, which also required a lot more land reclamation. Yeah, so we contrast these two, then you see very different views of Singapore or Singapore's development. So that's the short introduction to what is mapping, what is counter mapping, and then now we'll go into the workshop segment, which will not be on the live stream, where you all will split into groups and each work on a different topic. But before that, maybe we can pause and check if anyone has questions about what has been shown so far. Okay. So let's go through what the activity will be. Before this, we also asked you all about what topics you're interested in. So maybe you all can organize by the topics. We decided we will have, I think with the people here, we can have 4 different groups. So these are just general guidelines or like, but you don't have to follow exactly. You can decide like what's more interesting or what you think is more important to focus on. The first will be about military ties that are military linked or non-military. The second will be looking at the difference between state institutions or private businesses and their connections to Israel, or like even directly Israeli businesses in Singapore. Then the third one, C, will be about what's Israeli owned or what is not like directly Israeli owned but is complicit by providing funding or providing support. And the last one, which is slightly different, we thought it would also be interesting, instead of just mapping the Zionist businesses, also mapping out the pro-Palestinians actions in Singapore to show that Singapore is not just all the Zionist businesses, but there are also people who are resisting, just like the strikers here, right? And so, we'll ask you all to get into groups, kind of try to split evenly, maybe I think about like 5 or 6 per group. Introduce yourselves, maybe talk about like what made you want to come here today or join this workshop. What do you know about Singapore's associations with Palestine and Israel related to the topic of your group, or what you want to explore more about in your map. And then we'll give you all like a big piece of mahjong paper markers and also a list of the Zionist businesses that BDS has done. Yeah, good question. We will give everyone about 1 hour. We see how much time people need lah. So, but we let's say like until 2:30, and then after that we'll come back for a sharing. So then, for people on the live stream, you can also come back at 2:30 to see the sharing of what everyone has done. So yeah, let's start the. We can pause the live stream now, and then let's. So these are some questions to consider. What do you all want to make? Like we talked about, what do you want to uncover or make visible that was hidden? Think about what are the dimensions or patterns you want to show, like time or like history of involvement, the money, the scale, the flows of connections, and how to represent them, like lines or different sizes of thicknesses or colors. What is the call to action you want to make, and what form will your map take? Like it could be about mapping, drawing the physical outline of Singapore and mapping their locations. It could be the more abstract kind that was the example shown earlier, like more on the connections and the links. Yeah. And then you can scan this QR code for also the digital version of the BTS list. So just as a closing, so to sum up, maps can look very different depending on who, where, and what it's trying to show. And it can be a useful way to share information that is in connections or relationships that are previously hidden. And in so doing, they can become a call to action. So yeah, thanks everyone, and excited to see what you all come up with. Hello, welcome back everyone. So now we took a little bit more time, but the groups have done 4 very interesting maps, and now we'll share them with everyone. So we'll start with this one, the first group, which is on the military and non-military institutions. So what our group decided, how we decided to organize it was to categorize the military firms into hardware and software. Do you want to explain?
Okay, so hardware is like people or companies that contribute towards like hardware manufacturing, maintenance, things like that. So like, is it working? Okay, sorry. Yeah, so hardware would be like, for example, most of the military industrial complex MNCs like Lockheed, Rheinmetall, BAE, and they all work in some form to like manufacture the F-35, UAVs, other kinds of missile tech, drone technology, and with drone technology obviously comes AI as well. So they are categorized in both software and hardware. And then also on the other side, in software, there's also companies that work exclusively on software that's used in the military industrial complex in Israel as well. So like surveillance, Palantir, Oracle, they do the data centers. AWS and Microsoft, if I'm remembering correctly, they provide big data for Israel as well. And Singtel, they do a lot of investment in Israeli companies as well. And then if you look at inside the Venn diagram, there is 2 like subcategories I guess. So like they are counted as like systems design and development and public-private partnerships. So like there's some overlap between them as well, because like systems design and development is like they do both the hardware and the software parts of the military industrial complex in Israel. But for public-private partnerships, which is I think probably the more interesting part of the Venn diagram, it's about government cooperation or like government-related entities cooperating with the MIC, military industrial complex in Israel. So like if you have been following the news, recently or not so recently, there was a protest at NUS that involved shoes being left outside. I think, was it Share? It was Share. We're being left outside Share Singapore. And that was, I guess, like especially noticeable or like notable because they were the ones who were met with the most amount of state violence when they got swatted and they got their electronics confiscated, which is, in my opinion, an escalation from what is the usual response, which would be they knock on your door and they like nicely ask you to come down for a little chat. But this time they got like a lot more of a violent response, which is I think an indicator as to what kind of pressure is the most uncomfortable for the Israeli-Singapore partnership in like here. So like I think most people know already, we have a big defense cooperation with Israel, and I think like that defense cooperation hasn't subsided since the inception of the SAF. It's just taking a different form now, and now it's taking a different form in the sense of R&D in these public-private partnerships. And then like on top of that, like in the bottom left and top right hand corner, there's like stuff and companies that contribute but not directly, not materially. Well, I mean materially, but like not directly. They don't like manufacture the guns, or like they don't like develop the AI software that's used to recognize your face and blow you up. The finance companies, they are all investing copious amounts of money in the military industrial complex, and the bottom left. And on the top right, the energy companies, they also deliver oil and gas and other energy solutions to Israel. Anything else? yeah, yeah. That's about all. It's like how we categorize it, because like there's a lot of different kinds of ways to do military cooperation with Israel, and like Gaza is a test bed for weapons technologies that they intend to use elsewhere. There's been reports of people just getting like vaporized by some weird weapon that nobody knows about. Doctors have been reporting like these weird metal cubes as shrapnel, which makes it hard for them to treat, and just all kinds of surveillance tech as well is being used within Gaza to track and kill people. And I think we should really think about why governments are so interested and invested in surveillance technologies that are being used to kill people, and just like think about what would the Singapore government use with this kind of tried and tested surveillance tech. Yeah. Done. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the next map that was created during the workshop itself. We didn't really have a chance to actually the mapping was supposed to be of Singapore government links to Israel, as well as private companies links to Israel. But in this case, we only managed to map out the Singapore government links to Israel. So we chose to map it out using the geographical map of Singapore. So as you can see, a lot of these companies are actually very concentrated on the south end of Singapore, which is actually what we know today as the financial hub of Singapore. So you can tell from here that genocide actually really pays lah. So that's why all the companies are all clamoring to be part of this. I guess I won't talk about everything, but I'll probably just share some bits and pieces that are more interesting. I think the more obvious one, like the links between MFA and the Israel Embassy as well as Temasek, I think that's probably something everybody knows. I guess I wanted to maybe share a bit on the SIIRD, which is actually on the right-hand side. Maybe I just point out here. Right, so that's an organization that actually facilitates research grants between Singapore and Israel, in Singapore, of course. So in the bracket, you see WOG, which actually means whole of government, which actually means that SIIRD actually facilitates the flow of funds for research through the whole of government in Singapore. A lot of Singapore's institution of higher learning like NTU, NUS actually pitch for grant funds for research through SSID as well, which actually makes NUS, NTU, and the whole of government actually very complicit in the funds that's flowing from Israel into Singapore in that way. I guess also want to give a shout out to Marina Bay Sands over there. Definitely the government links is through STB. I mean, Marina Bay Sands has been a go-to location for tourists coming to Singapore. Even if they're not staying at Marina Bay Sands, you'll definitely visit that place. You may or may not know that Marina Bay is actually designed by a Zionist. And it's also owned by a Zionist. Yeah, so and when we actually visit Marina Bay Sands and spend our money there and enjoy the facility at Marina Bay Sands, we're actually in a way very complicit in the genocide in Israel, in Palestine right now. I also want to highlight let me see what is a good thing to talk about. There are just so many places that are very complicit. Maybe I'll just talk about this one, Celebrite here, which a lot of you may not be aware of. So Celebrite is actually an Israeli-based company that specializes in cybersecurity digital investigative technology, right? So, which means that its main client is probably MHA, the Ministry of Home Affairs, in which they actually shame. So all this technology are actually employed against Singaporeans as well, which makes us in quotation mark beneficiaries of the terrible things that the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. Now our Singapore government is actually doing it on us, right? Lastly, I just want to share which I think there was a brief mention on the academic links with that. So Share is a center that is co-founded between the Singapore universities and universities in Israel. Built on stolen land, it's a quite a big institution that actually facilitates a lot of academic research. Of course, we from the teaching yesterday, we know that academic research is never neutral. Whatever that's being theorized, right, in labs and classrooms, are eventually implemented as weapons of oppression in Israel. And of course, then when we look at Celebrite, then it comes back to Singapore as well. So so this is the map that we have right now. Of course, we can see that the north part is still a bit blank, but I think this is a work in progress. If there are more, if you know of more such complicit companies, I think we can definitely fill up this map in no time. Thank you.
Hello everybody. Okay, for our team, we were asked to map out links between Israeli Zionist-owned companies and complicit companies. So what we did was we decided to identify complicit companies first that were homegrown. So you see in the pink boxes with the pink asterisk, these are our Singapore local companies that have joint collaboration or joint venture partnerships with Israeli companies and are directly pumping monies to Israeli companies, which then supports the genocide. So for example, a big case would be ST Engineering that designs, develops, and produces naval missile systems with a Israeli state-owned company called Israeli Aviation Aerospace Industries. Then we have below, okay, so what we did was, you will see there are several colors as well. We divided the sectors into three, which is military, holding 60% of companies present in Singapore, tech, which is 30%, and finance, which is 20%. So as I was mentioning, ST Engineering would fall within the military space. We also have within the military space other companies like Palantir, Elbit Systems, and Lockheed Martin, as well as Boeing, but these are not our local homegrown companies. So let me go back to the pink boxes again to highlight our local companies that are in joint collaborations with Israel industries. So we have, next to ST Engineering, we have this box called Singtel. So what Singtel does was recently they have invested into tech, military tech. They have developed something called facial recognition, which, yes, is being deployed here as well, to the tune, investments in Israeli companies to the tune of 300 million, okay? Next, we have NTU, the previous group mentioned SHARE, which is the Alliance for Research with Israeli Universities. One specific project they have, which is called iSurf, is an urban farming system. We have NTU professors that are actively working on it with their Israeli counterparts. Next, we have Temasek Holdings, a big investment fund, our own investment fund, where we have invested and we are constantly looking out for investment opportunities in Israel, especially in the tech space. So in the past years, we have invested up to 500 million, identifying up and coming Israeli startup tech companies, and then they are invited here to set up offices. We also have in the finance space HSBC, as well as, oh no, just HSBC, yeah. And of course, you know, underpinning it all, the huge investment fund, which is BlackRock, they also have offices here in Singapore. So you will see that in the CBD is fairly concentrated with a lot of Israeli Zionist companies. I suppose they need to be there together so they can have lunch together at Lau Pa Sat. Yeah, synergies. Okay, we also have in the tech space, which is 30% share of physical companies in Singapore, we have Oracle, which is a huge one, at, of course, Marina Bay Financial Centre. Now, this is particularly painful for us to discover because in March this year, MINDEF, through DSTA, which is the tech arm of our military, signed a joint collaboration with Oracle for cloud computing, and data centers are being built as well. Yes, yeah, that's a huge shame, secondhand embarrassment, but it's also our taxpayers' money. We also have non-Singapore companies, but because you can see here at the top line, tech and finance, how much our Singapore government invests. For example, in tech, the investment was 20 billion in Israeli companies over the past 5 years. And that's why this is how it materializes in physical companies setting up shop here. Because we are investing in them, we are procuring contracts with them, supplies and goods and provisions. So they come here, set up offices here, and that's how we become a mini Israel. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so I'm actually an NTU student, and like I walk through those spaces and I see those abbreviations as much as I don't understand what they are. Like to finally match like actual physical spaces I spend so much time around, and to know that they are so intimately linked, and to see the depth of um yeah, I mean, like counter mapping really it's about like these are physical spaces that we ourselves spend a lot of time in, and then to see all of these, you know, invisible names and stuff like that, and then finally we map it out and see its actual direct links to like not just Israel as a Zionist entity, but direct links to the technologies which are being used to oppress Gazans, and to realize that that link is not even like one directional. It's not even just from Singapore to Israel, but it's from Israel to Singapore. We're importing back all of these really authoritarian technologies. It's a really scary presentation, lah. Like it's powerful and it's important, but it's also really scary and demonstrates the amount of work that we need to do to liberate ourselves from this, you know, very imperial, oppressive set of connections. Yeah. Anyone else?
To share some thoughts or reflections? I think we can close off the live stream part, but for those online, thanks for watching, and hope this also makes you think and reflect about what are the spaces you pass through in your daily life and how they are connected, and yeah, how can we make more people more aware of these things. So thank you. Hi everyone again. This is the second SGCR event today, which will be a teach-in on climate and Palestine, or the links between why environmentalists and people who care about climate change should also care about what's going on in Gaza and Palestine. So just now we already introduced SGCR. We're a climate justice youth-led organization. And we have been sharing posts about what are the links between climate justice and Palestine. So today, if you've seen the post, it might be a bit of a repeat, but we'll try to go more in depth into these topics. So first, we start with some facts about about some of these links. For example, we can look at how agricultural land and forested areas in Gaza. On the left, you see the areas in green, and that was before October 2023. And on the right, what's covered in black are those areas that are no longer forest or agricultural land, so which is almost all of it, right? You can see there's hardly any green left. So that's one very direct link you can draw, because when there's no land for agriculture, people cannot live off the land, they cannot plant, they cannot grow food, but also this is damage to natural ecosystems, more broadly known as ecocide. And apart from agriculture, there's also been damage to many water and wastewater treatment systems. These are all the wells that have been damaged or destroyed, wastewater treatment plants that have been destroyed, water tanks or reservoirs, and almost along the entire of the Gaza Strip. So people have been deprived of these basic resources like clean water, and without wastewater treatment plants, the waste is just left in the streets, on the rubble, toxic gases, smoke, all these pollutions, which just worsens the living environment for anyone who is there. And this is not just restricted to Gaza itself, or not just during the war, the past 2 years. On the West Bank and the rest of the occupied territories too, Israeli military have been doing things like using concrete to plug off wells, plug off irrigation channels, so that Palestinians have no access to clean water, cannot grow their crops. Even rainwater, as you can see in this screenshot, rainwater is considered a property of Israel, and they are not allowed to gather rainwater. So all these restrictions on the natural environment are also meant to prevent making life possible. And Stop Ecocide International, which is an organization trying to bring up this, make this term of ecocide more well understood, has also compiled many resources on why, from different experts, different organizations, on why what's happening in Gaza is not just a genocide, it's also an ecocide. Like we mentioned, the agricultural land that has been damaged, the water and sewage resources, contamination, and even now, even though there's a ceasefire, all the debris, all the collapsed buildings, continues to pollute the environment and will require a lot of work and resources to clear and make the environment safe and clean again. So yeah, all these cascading effects add up on civilians, on the ecosystems and environmental health. So this is a quote from Mazin Koumsieh, the founder of the Palestine Institute for Biodiversity and Sustainability. So he said, environmental degradation is not incidental. It is intentional, protracted, and aimed at breaking the ecological steadfastness of the Palestinian people. So all this is very much, yeah, like he said, it's part of a design, a structural violence to remove all the means of livelihoods, of sustaining life that Palestinian people have, through removing them from their connection with the environment that they live on. Maybe if you're someone who cares about the climate change, we know it's always been talking about emissions and how countries need to reduce their emissions, right, to keep global warming in check. And war and military equipment, these are very high sources of emissions. So a study that has been done only on the first 15 months of the war So now the numbers will be even higher. But what they found was that the total emissions of the war, if you include all the construction needed after the war, to build back all the damaged buildings, all the fuel needed to supply the military planes and all the ammunition. If you add all of this up, it becomes 32 million tons of carbon dioxide, which is higher than that of more than 100 individual countries. And out of these, the overwhelming majority of direct emissions from this came from Israel's weaponry, from the fuel for the fighter jets, from the missiles. So when we talk about climate change, when rich countries say that poor countries need to reduce their emissions, right? But we should look back at what they are funding. Like this war in itself, the emissions will be so high compared to many of the other low-income countries that have actually like nothing to do or like very little responsibility for the climate crisis that is mostly a result of the wealthier nations. Welcome. So this is something also being mentioned in climate circles, like the climate summits which happen every year, organized by the UN. Here's a quote from the president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro. He said that what we're seeing in Gaza is a rehearsal of the future. Why have large carbon-consuming countries allowed the systematic murder of thousands of children in Gaza? Because Hitler has already entered their homes and they're getting ready to defend their high levels of carbon consumption and reject the exodus it causes. We can then see the future, the breakdown of democracy and the barbarism unleashed against our people, the people who do not emit CO2, the poor people. And so here he's talking about how when the climate crisis worsens, when places become unlivable, there'll likely be many people who become refugees and might need to migrate into European countries, but then now European countries or Western countries are closing their borders. So all these anti-immigration sentiment also will become worsened and intensified as the climate crisis intensifies. Yet it's not a fault of the people in these global South countries. So when we talk about the climate crisis, we use the term climate justice because this foregrounds the fact that it's a very unequal, in terms of responsibility, is very unequal. So here we can see how the richest 1% of incomes, they emit more than the poorest half of humanity combined. So like they emit more than the 50 times the number of people. And you can see that the chart here, it jumps up very high to the right. So even within the richest 10%, the 1% has a lot more emissions than many of them. And then you can see the low line below, it shows where emissions need to fall by 2030 to stay under the target of 1.5 degrees of warming. So we can see that for the majority of the world population, they are actually already staying within this sustainable level, and it's the richest 10, 20, 30% who really need to cut down their consumption, their spending drastically, and not the rest of the world, the global majority. We can also break down the emissions by country and on the per capita or per person level. And we see that the wealthy countries have much higher levels of emissions than the global South. And in fact, Singapore is one of the highest in the world, partly because we're a small country, we're mostly a city, but also because Singapore has high levels of consumption, especially the wealthier, like 10% of Singaporeans, in terms of air travel, in terms of buying goods from abroad. So we are very much implicated in this. Yeah, and also much higher than the US or the European Union, because these are also much larger countries with more variations of high and low income populations within themselves too. But climate is not just about, or it's not only about emissions. It's also about the use of materials, metals, what's being called like critical mineral resources that are used for batteries nowadays becoming more important. And scientists have found that we have exceeded the sustainable level of material use since the 1990s. And if we look at the countries that are driving this material use, we can see the US tops the list. But we also have to keep in mind these are big countries, right? So China is slightly lower, but China has a lot more people than the US. Japan, Germany, France. And at number 22 is Singapore. So even though Singapore is such a small country, smaller than many of these, right? We are still quite high on the list in terms of material use also. So maybe you might think we have the SG Green Plan, we have new technology, so everything will be fine. Will it? But one of the key arguments is that this is just green growth, but it's not possible to really green or like solve all these problems by technology itself. So one example is looking at energy. So we've heard a lot about the energy transition, about growth in solar power and in wind power and hydropower. But if we look at this chart, right, that shows different types of energy use, we can see coal is still increasing, oil is still increasing, so everything is still increasing. It's just the solar is like adding to it a little bit, but that doesn't mean the rest of the energy sources, like the fossil fuels, have stopped growing. And another point is about carbon capture. So carbon capture is marketed as one solution to the climate crisis by sort of storing carbon into reservoirs under the earth. But how this actually works, or most of it actually is supposed to work, is that to do this, you will need to first grow large plantations of trees, and then you will need to burn all these trees for energy, and then when you burn the trees, you will do something special to capture all the carbon emissions and store it underground in some rocks or like geological reservoirs where supposedly they will stay safe and will not leak. But when scientists try to calculate exactly how much land you need to do this and how much amounts of carbon you need to capture in order to keep within the climate targets, they found that you would actually need area slightly over twice of India's entire land area by 2050. So that's quite impossible, lah. So what this means is that we cannot expect to keep growing our energy and material use and still think that there's some way to capture it all, because the more energy you use, the more materials you use, then the more you need to offset or to capture, right? And then you need more land that will. If this actually happens, it will probably involve taking land away from more indigenous populations all around the world, poor people who rely on the land, because that's the easiest land for countries to occupy. So yeah, this will definitely like fuel more colonization and occupation of indigenous land. So some scholars have proposed this term called degrowth, an idea that is about against all these things, like against green growth, or talking about why all these things are not possible. And one definition of degrowth is that it's a planned and democratic reduction in material and energy throughput in over-consuming nations with the intent of respecting planetary boundaries and improving well-being and global justice. So some parts of this are important to highlight, that it's focused on over-consuming nations. This would mean the global north countries. And it has to be a planned and democratic reduction. So it can't be like a dictatorship, or it has to be something that people all agree on. And the reason why people would want to agree is that it has to be done respecting the planetary boundaries, but also keeping in mind well-being for everyone and maintaining justice for all. But this sounds a bit idealistic, right? And how is this even going to happen? But in terms of the technical feasibility, researchers have done some work on this to calculate exactly how much energy and materials you would need if, say, you could distribute them evenly and then make sure everyone has a good standard of living. So in this study, how they define a good standard of living is on the right. So maybe we can debate like is it really enough or not? But it's not really like maybe you might think, oh, that doesn't mean we all have to live in caves and forget our internet. But actually, they included things like computers and vehicles, washing machines. So it's a relatively decent standard of living that they calculate for. And then they found that if everybody in the world is to live at this decent standard of living, you would just need 125 EJ of energy, whereas the current global energy use is 418. So it's well below that. So you could even triple the standard of this, like 3 times of all this, and you will still be below the global energy use. So what this means is that it's not a matter of not having enough resources or energy to make everyone, to distribute to everyone, but it's a problem of distribution. Because like the charts I showed earlier about the income distribution, right? Energy use is also very unevenly distributed. But if we can find a way to spread it out evenly, then it's possible for everyone to live well, while also living a life that doesn't damage the planet. Another way to put it is this chart that shows human development versus ecological impact. So the higher you go, the more damaging you are, right? The higher material footprint you have. So Singapore is at the top here, this little dot. And then from the left to the right, the more you go to the right, the better the human development or like well-being is, human well-being. So we can see that there's kind of a trend where like to get to the better human environment, you need to use more resources. But in fact, there are also countries that fall below in the lower bottom right quadrant, Sri Lanka and Cuba, where these are countries that use very little material resources, but still have very high standards of living. And this demonstrates that this is possible, and it's not something that's a fantasy. One last model to kind of describe this is called the donut model. So what it says is that we need to avoid overshooting the ecological ceilings, of which climate change is one, but there are many others like ocean acidification, the ozone layer. But we also need to have enough resources to go above the social foundation, so that everyone has a safe and just space to live in. So these would be like enough health, food, water, energy, like all the basic things you need to have a good life. So ideally, we should stay within this donut, having enough so that everyone has a good life, but not so much that we overshoot the boundaries. And these are calculations on how different countries have performed on this donut scale, from the poorest 40%, the middle 40%, and the richest 20%. So again, we see this inequality where the richest 20% are overshooting massively. And even at the same time, they haven't really like reached the social foundation for some things like peace and justice, wonder why, or connectivity. Whereas if we look at the poorest 40% of countries, the global south countries, they're actually quite well within the ecological ceiling. So you can't really blame them for polluting the environment, right? Actually, what they need is more resources to ensure everyone has a good standard of living. So again, this points back to the problem of uneven distribution. So now we take a pause and we ask, how did we get here? And to do this, we need to go back a few hundred years. So hopefully you're okay with going back in time to history. So because a lot of these stem from these old conflicts and decisions. So in the 1700s, there was this movement called the enclosure movement in Europe. So a few 100 years before that, there were rebellions by peasants who wanted to overthrow the landlords or the feudal lords, and they wanted to gain more freedom for themselves, to gain control of the land, to be able to grow their own crops, right? And the landowners or these lords they were afraid, right? They wanted to keep their power. So what they did was this thing called enclosure. So enclosure laws allowed the landowners to fence off land that were formerly common pastures. So these were originally common lands where peasants could grow their own crops, they manage them, they can earn a good enough, grow good enough to live a good life and have enough to eat and share. But then the landowners started to fence all these up. So then the commons became no more. So the commons were the shaded parts on the left, and then after they're fenced out, they all become property of the landowner. And what happens when the commons are fenced up is that people are forced to compete for survival, because you can no longer live off the land, right? So you need some way to get food and water, and because you can't grow things anymore, you need to go and find a job to earn a wage. So you migrate to the cities, or you have to take any kind of lousy income that's offered just so you can survive. So what enclosure did is not only it made the landowners have more land, but it also forced everyone else to find jobs. And this created a cheap, exploitable, and productive labor force for capital. So just one side note, when we talked about the commons earlier, maybe you have heard of the term the tragedy of the commons. I think maybe this is covered in school. And what we know about this is that the commons is not a good thing, because when you have a commons, like a common example is sheep, right? And then everyone farms the sheep, and then the sheep die out, and then nobody has any sheep left. So people cannot be trusted to take care of the environment. And what a better solution would be to fence it up and give it to private property, so that landowners will know how to manage them and more efficiently as capitalists. But this is not the full story. Eleanor Ostrom, who has done research on commons around the world, found that actually one misunderstanding is that commons doesn't mean that it's everyone can use the land, because that's more like public, like free for all. But commons are actually places that are managed by a defined population. So like say like a farm and a community who lives around the area in the countryside. And these people, they do not just anyhow use the land, right? They come together, they have institutions, they have rules, they have discussions about how we should use these resources together. And so over centuries, like many of these commons in places all around the world, they have been able to keep ecosystems sustainable all the time and manage it responsibly. And in fact, it is the opposite. It's capital that doesn't. So the tragedy of the commons, which first came from this William Lloyd guy, is more of an excuse for the landowners, for the people who want to enclose the land, to say that actually you can't take care of the land, so we need to do it for you. But in actual fact, people are very well able to do that for themselves. So this is a study of income levels in Europe from the 1300s to the 1900s. And earlier we mentioned the peasant rebellions. So the rebellions were actually quite successful. They managed to raise incomes up to around $4 per person, which is high above the global poverty line, which is 190. So quite good for that time. But when the enclosure movements came and people were driven off the commons, right, we can see incomes drop. They dropped slowly over the next many hundred of years. They dropped, and they never really went up to that same level until the 1900s. So it took a very long time before people actually went back to the same standard of living as the 1300s, the 1400s. And enclosure is one of the reasons for that. So these are some quotes from the lords who wanted to enclose the land. You see some of the attitudes they have are like the people are lazy. They are just like Indians. Again, racism. And this one is also very telling. Like after enclosure, the laborers work every day, and their children will be put out to labor early. So it's really like it's just blatant, very blatant how they saw this movement. And saw it as a labor source for their own industries. And this is not just something that happened in Europe in the 1300s. This happens all around the world. So in the myth of the lazy native, which by Syed Hussein Alatas, he also writes about the British attitudes about the indigenous people of Singapore, right? And then you can see the same ideas because the Malays are lazy. But actually, what Alatas is saying is that it's not because they are lazy, but because they were unwilling to take part and be a tool in this capitalist production system. And when we look at Palestine, from the revolutionary Ghassan Kanafani, he also documents this in his history of the 1936 Great Revolt, where he does quite a methodical study about what are the reasons that led to people to revolt. And one of this was dispossession again. So the majority of the Palestinians lived off the land, 59% of the population. But then the transfer of land ownership and settlement made them dispossessed, and then they had to make their way to the cities to seek labor. And in the cities, they would also be discriminated against by wage, by jobs that were not open to them. And so we see this cycle of enclosures repeat again and again all around the world, and it's very linked closely with colonization. And this is also important if you care about biodiversity, because it's been proven again and again that indigenous people are the best people to serve as custodians of the land. And many of the key biodiversity areas around the world, the forests of the Amazon, for example, they are all being managed by indigenous people for centuries, and for centuries they have kept it alive and thriving. But without these people and this knowledge they have about how to manage the land sustainably, then we'll be heading towards a deeper crisis and a wider extinction. And these are things we see every day in Palestine, when the army uproots olive trees, when they prevent people from growing crops that and actually they have so much knowledge about how to grow agricultural, how to do it regeneratively with the land, right? So that it can continue over centuries, but all this knowledge is lost because they are no longer allowed to practice it. And even in Singapore, where some farmers were trying to do this also, to have agroecology or regenerative farming in tune with nature cycles, there were also food forests that were demolished because the government wanted to build high-tech farms or military training sites instead. So it's a quite different level of violence, right? But it's still you can see some kind of rhyming in these similar events. And what did Israel do after they planted pine trees? They planted invasive species, and because they don't understand how the climate works, it led to forest fires earlier this year, and even more damage. So to sum up this section, what we see from here is that capitalism is not natural. It was imposed through violence. It wasn't just like the capitalists had good ideas about how to run the society and then people agreed. But they drove people out of the land. And capitalism is undemocratic. It's controlled by elites. And it's also a myth that capitalism is a good way to run economies, right? So we saw that people are very well equipped to do it on their own. And actually, it didn't really raise living standards until very recently in the 20th century. And we'll go into why that happened later. So what is capitalism? In effect, I think many people know, but just the summary is that it's a never-ending loop, right? Where the capitalists invest to produce commodities. They sell the commodities for a profit, and then with the profit, they reinvest it to produce more commodities. But the process of production is a very exploitative one. So what goes into production are things like land, wage labor, but also unwaged labor, like the care work that people do to raise kids, to cook food, to raise a family, or to educate children. These are all unrecognized in the production of commodities, but also play a very important role. And also the extraction of things from nature, resources, fossil fuels that allow them to greatly increase the rate of production. So all these are not, like none of it goes back to these inputs, but it gets reinvested among the capitalists and industrial productions. So to keep this going, I mean, it is quite hard to imagine that this can continue forever, right? Because eventually you're going to run out of these inputs. So how does capital keep running through all these centuries to overcome all these contradictions of like running out of natural resources, running out of labor? Capital, to do all this, it requires what we call an imperial arrangement. So there's always a need for outside to extract from. Like we saw in the diagram, all these things that come from the outside, they are not, that do not get reinvested back in. And yesterday I know that there was the teaching on imperialism, so we won't go too deep into that, but just to say that imperialism doesn't only mean like taking over a country militarily, right? You can also impose arrangements where countries have no choice but to give up their raw materials, their labor to the global north, the Western countries. And this has been happening for centuries, from the start of colonization. There's this book called The Open Veins of Latin America, where Eduardo Galeano, he documents very detailedly like how the Spanish and the European powers like took everything from the continent. So he says, everything from the discovery until our times has been accumulated on distant centers of power. Everything, the soil, its fruits and mineral-rich depths, the people, their capacity to work and to consume, the natural resources and human resources. And the title itself, The Open Veins, really gives a very like vivid picture, like everything, the veins were cut and extracted and shipped. One example is silver. So there was a lot of silver found in the Americas, and from 1500 to 1800, 100 million kilograms was shipped to Europe, which will be about 165 trillion today. And so all this was kind of taken for free, and it helped to fund their industrialization, it funded their military, and with all this silver, they were able to buy things from other countries, like through the coming to Asia, right, to buy all the spices and the tea and all the fancy goods that they wanted. Another example is sugar and slavery. So sugar was quite labor intensive to produce. And so what did they do? They found an outside again. They started the slave trade so they could have cheap labor to run these plantations. And this also allowed it to boost labor internally. So nowadays sugar is very, very widely available, right? It's just like we cannot eat too much sugar. Now it's not healthy. But in the past, when food was still not so available, sugar actually allowed them a cheap and easy source of energy. So by drinking tea with sugar, by adding sugar to the food, workers had more energy to work longer hours. So this exploitation of slaves allowed further exploitation of workers within the Western countries. And so we can see how all these things are connected through chains of exploitation. And many genocides were done in the name of this, like the indigenous Americans who went from 150 to 100 million to 3.5 million. And this was done not just by widespread, not just by military, but also by, again, depriving them of their resources. Like here you see this mountain of buffalo skulls, and that's because they wanted to make sure the Native Americans could no longer rely on their traditional ways of life with the buffalo. So by killing off the buffalo population, they were forced into slave labor or wage labor and exploitative labor to further the capital's needs. So also another example of how destruction of the natural environment is very much closely linked to exploitation of people. And of course the Atlantic slave trade if we assume all the slaves that were shipped from Africa to the Atlantic were paid at minimum wage, it will be 97 trillion again. So you can see all these like vast, it's unimaginable sums of money that these countries extracted for their own benefit. And to imagine like if they were to repay a lot of African countries are in debt now, but what is that debt compared to this debt, right? It's not possible to repay fully. Looking at other parts of the world, in India, there were mass famines in the late 1800s. And all this happened when the British were in control of India, and they kept exporting grain out of India to feed their own population, to feed their other colonies, while ignoring the fact that millions of people were starving. And so the British imposed taxes, imposed sanctions and tariffs to continue extracting all the profits out of the colonies while just doing nothing when people starved. So at the same time, they were actually taking all these profits and money from India to fund the Indian army to further expand into Asia and Africa. So this is just the same colonialist, imperialist mindset. All the profits go into further expansion and not into the well-being of people. How did they justify this? The first debate about whether slavery was moral was in Spain in the 1550, and this was the first time, like, I guess they kind of felt a bit guilty after all that. So some people started to say, oh, maybe we shouldn't do slavery. Maybe indigenous people have rights. But then in this debate, this guy Sepulveda said that this is actually what we're doing is just because indigenous people are not civilized. They are cannibals. They worship idols, and so it's only just to wage wars, to uproot crimes that offend nature. And throughout the years since then, like, people from different Western countries have used this excuse to continue their sort of so-called civilizing mission of continuing exploitation and colonial. So even we can see a direct line from this 1550 debate to Israeli Zionist forces when they say they are fighting human animals. This is the same kind of racist attitude that drives them. So once these Western countries, the Industrial Revolution happened, right? And then because of coal, they were able to make factories and increase their production. But then they ran out of coal, or the coal workers started to strike and all that, right? So they were like, oh, we need something else. So what happened was that many of these countries went to the Middle East or West Asia for oil. This is a 1945 map of the Middle East, and then you can see how almost all of these countries are owned by US, British, French companies. So none of the profits, none of the income that came from all this extraction actually went back into the countries. They were all exported. The pipelines, they flowed out to the ports and exported to fund the European countries and the US. And this also links to why Palestine became important for the British. In the 1930s, the first international pipeline was built, and this was from Kirkuk in Iraq then to Haifa in Palestine. There's the black line you see here. And this pipeline allowed them to increase oil production by 40 times. So with this pipeline, they could very easily transport the oil out. And then because Haifa is a port, they can have tankers to ship the oil out across the Mediterranean Sea. So this was very important to them because it allowed them to extract oil at a faster rate. But then, of course, after seeing like how the oil doesn't benefit them, Palestinians also started to revolt. During the Great Revolt in 1936 to 39, a lot of the resistance fighters attacked the pipeline. They knew that this was important to the British, so it was a main target of their resistance actions. And the British, to stop this, they at the time there were already Zionist, small Zionist militias, and the British decided to encourage Zionist immigration to Palestine and to provide military supplies and training to these militias so that they could protect the pipeline and protect the key British things like the port, the refinery. And so they created a police force out of the Zionist settlers and militias. And these are the militias that eventually became the IDF. So from the start, from the start of the British involvement in Palestine, it's always been about like how can they protect their sources of wealth, the oil lines, the energy sources, rather than any concern for the people. So this also still happens today. Just in October 2023, Israel awarded exploration licenses to companies to explore gas fields that are partly in Gazan waters. So a lot of us have been following the flotilla, right? And we know like part of the waters here are not Israeli waters, but within these waters that are not Israeli waters are also where the gas fields that Israel is planning to exploit. So this is also like a violation of law to ignore the sovereignty to manage Palestinian people's own resources. And this is so I think in recent years this has become more accepted in the general like climate or scientific community too, that colonialism has an impact and responsibility in the climate crisis. Recently, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change finally included the word colonialism in their report and listed it as a key driver of the climate crisis that didn't just happen in the past but also is ongoing. So all this is to say that our struggles are connected. That's why like protesters at the climate summits on the right have also protested for a free Palestine, for decolonization, because all these issues they stem from the same problems. It's not like capital is separate from racism or from colonialism. It's because the capitalists need to keep finding the cheap outside, the cheap nature and labor, and continue this imperial arrangement and employ violence in the name of doing this. That shows us how all these struggles that we have are interconnected. And it extends on even today. So colonialism is not over. Even when we talk about green technologies, we can also see colonialism in that. For example, quite recently also, Israel had a project to build wind turbines in the Golan Heights, and the Golan Heights are occupied Syrian territory. So many of the members of the Druze community protested. They tried to resist, and actually Israel stopped, or they put it on hold for a while. So there are conflicts that come from, say, like expanding green energy or renewable energy. Like not everything is clean and as it seems. And this book on green colonialism also documents many other such conflicts in the Arab region. It also happens in our region. So 2 years ago, SG Climate Rally, we did a series of posts on the Rempang Eco-City conflict. And this is an eco-city where, because Singapore has signed deals with Indonesia to provide clean energy, electricity, and how this electricity is produced is through solar farms. And so in Rempang Island in Indonesia, which is just next to Batam, so very close to us, the Chinese government has invested on this big factory to produce solar panels, or produce glass for solar panels. And this actually involves evicting lots of indigenous people from their lands and their sources of livelihood. So even when we say about decarbonization, about importing clean energy, it's not that clean if we think about the impacts on the people that are affected by the land where it's imported from. And as Singapore like tries to commit to better climate targets by importing energy from elsewhere, like the Mekong region where there are hydroelectric dams, like that's another place where there can be big impacts on local populations, both the people and the ecosystems there. And on the right, we can see this study was about mapping deforestation footprint. So they looked at the products that each country imports, and then they tried to trace those products and goods to the forest deforestation in the countries where the goods were produced or they come from. So this map is for Singapore. So we can see in Singapore, even though it doesn't seem like there's a lot of, well, there's some deforestation, but most of it is gone, right, in Singapore. But we are still also responsible for deforestation in many of our neighboring countries, especially Malaysia, Indonesia. And these come from like palm oil, from coffee, all these goods. So I mean, earlier we talked about counter mapping. So I think these are also examples of how we want to further draw the connections and these are invisible links that we have, the impact we have on other countries. But so people don't just let other countries take things from them for free, right? So there were many movements to resist this, and they came together quite effectively in the mid-20th century. Many governments in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, they gained independence or they fought for independence, and after that they wanted to regain control over their productive capacities. So they wanted to do things like land reform, to nationalize things like oil so that the oil doesn't keep going outside, but they can actually use the resources for themselves, to invest in public services like building up education and healthcare, develop homegrown national industries, improve wages, and basically prevent all these like resources from getting extracted and going out of the country. And this actually worked for quite a while. In the 1950s to 1970s, in these countries, per capita income grew at 3% per year. So that's quite a good rate. And this also led to a lot of improvements in human welfare to reduce poverty. So one example is the Bandung Conference in 1955. This was a meeting of African and Asian countries, the ones highlighted in the map here. And these countries came together because they saw they had common purposes, even though they might be spread far apart. And in the final communique of the conference, they called for the need for all of their countries to loosen their economic dependence on the leading industrialized nations, namely the US and Europe. And at the same conference, they also condemned settler colonialism and support for the rights of the people of Algeria, of Morocco, Tunisia, and Palestine. So these were all issues that people were fighting strongly for in that day. But of course, the Western powers are not going to let them grow, because then that threatens their source of cheap labor and cheap materials. So what happened was that a lot of these nationalist leaders in the global south, many of them were deposed by coups led by the US or the UK. All of these faces here, Muhammad Mossadegh from Iran, Nkrumah from Ghana, Sukarno from Indonesia, Lumumba from Congo. They were all trying progressive policies. They were all like doing things to improve the people, their people's lives, and they were all just deposed and then replaced with dictators who were sympathetic to Western powers. So when the West criticizes these countries for like not knowing how to rule because they all have dictatorships, these were all imposed by them themselves. All around the world, the US has backed many campaigns to change governments when they did not suit its interests, or they tried to change this imperial arrangement to gain some kind of sovereignty over their own resources. And this includes both violent and non-violent means. So instead of assassinations, other methods were used too also, when they didn't find direct violence appropriate. For example, when Cuba was getting very popular after the revolution, and in the secret memo you can see in the US, they said, every possible means should be undertaken promptly to weaken the economic life of Cuba, to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government. And another way of these so-called bloodless coups was structural adjustment programs. So you can see in the left side what I mentioned earlier, when the Latin American and African countries were growing at a steady pace, and the US and the Western powers felt threatened. They imposed things like tariffs and raising interest rates, which made it difficult for these countries to continue their path of development, and in fact made their debts increase a lot. And because of these debts, they were able to impose very onerous terms on these countries, like privatization, so undoing all the nationalization of state industries and putting them back into capitalist hands. Austerity, so cutting all the public spending, so no more free education, no more social or healthcare spending, and liberalization, so cutting tariffs, cutting subsidies, controls on capital, so that foreign capital can flow freely and to take all at once and exploit the labor and land that it needs, and taking away all the protections that they had for the local workers. So the effects can be seen very clearly in the incomes. When this started to become imposed, you can see again, like the chart we saw earlier from the enclosure period, a drop in national incomes of the Latin America and African countries. And they continued dropping for 2 decades until in the early 2000s, when there were mass protests, when people in the Western world also started to find all these too unfair, and they forced the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund to stop some, but not all of these aggressive policies. But many of these countries are still technically in debt to the international institutions. So even though all these were done technically without violence, without assassinations, but the effect of them was to result in widespread hunger and deprivation. And recent studies showed that calculating all the structural adjustment programs since 1970, effectively they have killed 38 million people, which is, it's hard to imagine, but yeah. So all these trade policies, tariffs, they had real measurable impact on millions of people in all these countries shaded on the map where these policies were imposed, which amounts to 82% of the world population, very much the global majority. Another data point is about poverty. So for countries in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, they were actually doing quite well in terms of lowering poverty. But once these programs and tariffs were imposed, poverty shot up by up to 15%, because people were unable to afford the food, shelter, water. So at the same time, many of these countries recognized what was happening. They wanted to resist these debt programs. One of them was Thomas Sankara from Burkina Faso. So this was a speech he gave at the summit of the Organization of African Unity in 1987, where the African countries came together and they were talking about what can we do about all this, how can we counter these forces. So what he said was that we think that debt has to be seen from the standpoint of its origins. Debt's origins come from colonialism's origins. Those who lend us money are those who had colonized us before. Under its current form, that is imperialism controlled, debt is a cleverly managed reconquest of Africa aimed at subjugating its growth and development through foreign rules. Thus, each one of us becomes the financial slave, which is to say a true slave. So he puts it very clearly, like this is not just about money or like financial. This is about controlling people, exploiting them through other means, not so direct means as slavery. And he went on to say, I would want our conference to take on the urgent need to plainly say that we cannot repay the debt, not in a warlike or bellicose spirit, but to prevent us from being individually assassinated. If Burkina Faso stands alone in refusing to pay, I will not be here for the next conference. So what do you think happened after that? Yeah, so a few months after he was assassinated and replaced by another leader who allowed the debt to and all these things to go on. Actually, a few days ago was his death anniversary, 15 October. So how did the Western countries get away with all these things? with this so-called international global institutions, because they also played a role in structuring them from the UN to the IMF to the World Bank, and so these are not democratic institutions. These are ones where voting power is highly concentrated in the core economies of the West, and countries like South Asia have actually like 0.033% of the voting power that the wealthy countries have. So they can give speeches at the UN and get applause, but when it comes to actually deciding the policies, they don't really have much say. And we see this, we all know this already, because we see how US has kept blocking everything that it doesn't like in the UN because of its veto power in the Security Council. So now we go back to the chart we saw earlier. Then we talked about how all the income like dropped after enclosure, right? And then it came back up in Europe in the 20th century. So how did it? What happened then? In the 20th century, a lot of labor movements came together in the West. Workers' unions, they started to demand for fairer wages, for better working conditions, like an 8-hour work week. So they did win a lot of these things. Like the reason why we have a 5-day working week, 8-hour week is thanks to all these labor movements. But of course, this came at a cost to the capitalists, because then you can't exploit as much, right? You can't get as much profits. But they also saw that they needed to agree to these demands because they were supposedly democratic, right? They needed to show that they did give voice to these demands. So they accepted some of them. They implemented some of the things like a minimum wage. But what they did was to find another outside to continue extracting. And so they intensified the imperial arrangements abroad so that they could continue extracting from the cheap labor. So the Western countries can do this because they have the imperial arrangements, but the periphery, the global South countries, they can't, right? There's no one else to exploit from. So this is why oftentimes authoritarian governments suppress all these working class demands with violence, because they don't have this easy solution that the Western countries have. So this is has also been studied by researchers. They call it unequal exchange. So it's unequal in the sense that what the global North countries extract from the South, if you count the value of it and what the South gets back, it's a lot. The South gets back a lot less than what it gives out. And there have been efforts to calculate this too, because maybe like economists or whoever they want to see proof, like, even though, like, I mean, all this is quite clear to everyone, right? But if you actually want to calculate the numbers, it's also quite shocking to see the amount of exploitation. They looked at all the goods that were imported from the South, and if you look at, like, say, the raw materials needed to produce these goods, the embodied energy, the land, the labor. So say like something like I don't know, like wood. So or maybe palm oil. So palm oil needs a lot of land. It needs a lot of labor because it's labor intensive to pick the oil kernels. You need some energy to run the factories to process the oil. But all these things happen in the global South countries. So the northern countries don't need to spend all these labor and oil. They just buy the palm oil, and then they benefit from the palm oil. But then all the costs of it come down to the global South countries. And they have the researchers have calculated the amount of all these flows. So when you add them all up together, these are huge amounts of raw materials, of energy, of land, and of labor. And if all these things were kept within the global South, they could actually fund much better standards of living, enough energy, like we showed earlier, to have everyone have access to internet and car transport and washing machines and climate controlled housing, but they they don't have access, they don't have the control over all these because they were all extracted and sold. And Singapore is also partly a beneficiary of all these. So Singapore benefits a lot from migrant labor. We have migrant workers who are subject to lots of stress and poor working conditions, unsafe transport. We have domestic workers who are part of the global care chain, so they come and care for Singaporeans, so that Singaporeans can spend all their time working and earning more income, while back home, the children of these migrant workers, they have to take over the care roles, they have to share more care labor among themselves. So labor is part of it, materials, resources, energy, all these play a part in this imperialist arrangement. And so Singapore is always, the government likes to say it's a success story from third world to first, right? Because we did all these things so that we can now be like one of the world's richest countries per person. But what this meant also was that we kind of moved from being part of because the third world was a name coined to be to be separate from the first world of the US or the West and the second world of the Soviet Union, but a third world that didn't want to be aligned with any of these two great powers. So that Bandung conference, it led to the non-aligned movement, which was many of the Latin American, Asian, and African countries that wanted to chart their own paths to development and not have any links or not be dependent on the first or second world. But so when Singapore went from third world to first, I mean, the title probably refers to economic growth, but it means in terms of alignment, Singapore became less aligned with these the global South countries and more aligned with the countries at the leading front of imperialism, like the US and Israel. So I'll just end on this note, since it's almost time. We might think like, why does living in Singapore, why does it seem like nobody cares about or nobody knows about all these things? But in fact, in the past, we did have a strong labor movement and also a strong anti-colonial movement. So one of the people assassinated in the slide earlier was Patrice Lumumba of the Congo. And he was also someone who called for debt cancellation, for nationalization. And when he was assassinated, there was a big rally in Singapore, actually held by the PAP. The PAP that was then led by Lim Chin Siong and Fong Swee Suan of the left wing of the PAP. And you can see in this is part of the book Paths Not Taken, which is a series of papers about like alternative ways Singapore could have turned out, maybe. So this one looks at what are the anti-colonial movements in the past, and so I'll just read out. So on 26 February 1961, perhaps 12,000 people attended the rally, and a large number of the crowd came from trade unions and rural associations, suggesting that the initiative was very much from the left of the PAP, which continued to have an almost unassailable base within both these groups. The Singapore General Employees Union led a march through Singapore to the stadium, bearing a coffin and a skeleton representing the remains of two effigies. So these are the dictators who replaced Lumumba. Their international solidarity expressed was not purely imaginative. At the head of the procession stood Lim Chin Siong and Fong Swee Suan with their guests, two anti-apartheid activists from South Africa. The group of around 4,000 people then marched down Middle Road to the US Embassy on Cecil Street, chanting "Long live Lumumba and I love Malaya." What is particularly striking about the Lumumba rally is its window into the everyday, lived cosmopolitanism of Singapore's political discourse. It was a world in which it was natural for thousands to take to the streets in support of their imagined brethren who engaged in an anti-colonial struggle on the distant shores of Africa. This is a testament to the power of anti-colonial narratives, the story of self-realization and the progression of freedom that the Bandung move encapsulated. So, I guess through all this, I think maybe this is to hopefully, and with a slightly hopeful note that with things like this, like all the events and actions people like you all are taking with the strike, with the teachings that have been going on here, hopefully more and more people are aware of all these struggles in the past, and maybe we can start to reignite or revive what has become forgotten and in the people of Singapore, and start to build more solidarity against colonialism and with people of the global South countries like Palestine. So yeah, thanks everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with the other strikers, and we are coming to the end of our 48-hour strike. But before that, we want to share our response to the ceasefire deal, as it's an important development to think critically and strategize around. So let's look at the first slide. Okay, a ceasefire is not an end to a genocide, nor is it the end of Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. Peace is not possible until Israel ceases its illegal occupation of Palestine. The liberation of a people cannot be won through appeasing their oppressors. Only Palestinians have the right to rejoice and feel relief for the temporary pause in attacks that the ceasefire may bring. For the rest of us, we remain sober, alert, and persevere in our solidarity. The ceasefire is an indication for us to continue the struggle so that Israel, USA, and other complicit states, including Singapore, do not evade accountability for the mass horrors we have all witnessed and continue to witness. Thus, we continue our hunger strike. Next slide. So what has happened since the ceasefire deal? Let's find out. In a shameful display of moral bankruptcy, leaders over the world, including our own, have praised Trump for negotiating the ceasefire deal and bringing peace to the region. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim, MP for Chua Chu Kang, raised a bewildering question about whether we should support Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. The portrayal of Trump and the USA as leaders of peace is a slap on the face, an insult to the Palestinian resistance and solidarity of the global working classes who have risen to fight imperialist violence. We are being asked to forget that the past 2 years of genocide would not have been possible without the continuous and enthusiastic transfer of US funds and arms directly to the IOF. Trump himself recently declared, "We make the best weapons in the world and we've given a lot to Israel, and you have used them well," to Netanyahu as he stood before the Israeli Knesset, congratulating them on their successful use of arms to massacre Palestinians. And now my fellow striker Mel will come and continue on the next slides.
Yep, so yeah, I'd like to ask everyone first. There's a ceasefire, yes, but is it truly peace and justice when the victims of genocide are forced to negotiate for their lives with the perpetrators of the very genocide they're suffering, with men who boast about the decimation of a population? No. So what this plan instead shows is the attempt to legitimize and normalize ties with Israel and champion the USA as the peacemaker of the century, while evading accountability and responsibility for the war crimes they are jointly responsible for. Shame. So what did the Palestinians get out of this? So the terms lay out a plan to essentially remove the Palestinian right to self-determination and self-defense, with other colonial powers of the world stepping in to rule them and push them into docility and obedience. How can Palestinians survive without armed resistance? How can they do it without an army? So since the ceasefire deal has been announced, Israel continues to carry out attacks in Gaza City and take the lives of more Palestinians in blatant violation of the terms of the ceasefire. They've also continued the military occupation of more than half of Gaza and still kill Palestinians trying to return home. They have continued delaying the opening of the Rafah crossing in order to restrict vital aid trucks from getting into Gaza, despite this being a key term of the deal. They have returned unnamed Palestinian bodies, burned, shackled, blindfolded, and mutilated beyond recognition, all showing signs of torture. And they have continued their settler attacks, their demolition orders, and the kidnappings by the IOF in the West Bank. So not only that, if this is truly a ceasefire, why are international journalists and doctors still not allowed to enter Gaza to document the realities on the ground and tend to the wounded? On to my next striker.
Thank you. Okay. While global attention is directed towards the 6 Israeli hostages whose bodies are unrecoverable under the rubble, we are asked to ignore the more than 10,000 Palestinians missing under the rubble with them, or the fact that the reason Israeli hostages' bodies cannot be recovered is because they were blown to pieces by the IOF's attacks on Gaza. while international headlines discuss the exchange of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners, they ignore the many thousands of Palestinians still being tortured in Israeli prisons, held without charge or trial. On 12 October, Netanyahu warned that the military campaign is not over, and the defense minister of Israel, Katz, announced his instructions to the IOF to carry out a mission to destroy terror tunnels in Gaza after the hostages are returned. Ceasefires have been made and broken. In a previous ceasefire agreement, Israel violated the terms continuously before completely shattering it by killing 400 Palestinians in a single day. We should be under no illusion that people who have proudly broadcasted to the world their intentions to wipe Gaza off the face of the earth, who have declared that the only good Arab is a dead Arab, who have murdered hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, shot at hungry people seeking aid, kidnapped and sexually abused Palestinian women, men and children, forced Palestinians into concentration camps where they are subject to unimaginable horrors. We'll now recognize Palestinians as human beings who have the right to live, to ownership of their land, and to raise their children with peace and dignity. On to my next striker.
We recognize the ceasefire deal for what it really is. Firstly, it's a tactical pause that is no more than a PR campaign for Israel and the United States. Secondly, it's a temporary reduction in some forms of Israeli aggression in Gaza, aimed to alleviate international pressure before continuing their campaign to ethnically cleanse Palestinians from their homeland. Thirdly, to create ceasefire terms that are near impossible for Palestinians to comply with, so as to justify continuing violence in Gaza and the region. And lastly, the ceasefire is to pave the way to sell Gaza off to politicians like warmonger Tony Blair and corporations under the guise of rebuilding the city, such as Gaza Trump Riviera.
Singapore must impose sanctions on the State of Israel. While Singapore has recently announced targeted sanctions against some settlers in the West Bank, even our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Vivian Balakrishnan, acknowledged that this will not make a major difference to facts on the ground, and is more a symbol of Singapore's disapproval of illegal settlements. He says that we are conveying our views directly to the Israeli government, clearly and constructively, when we do not agree with their actions, maintaining that Israel and Singapore have an equally and mutually respectful partnership. He also justifies our continued relationship with Israel, stating that Israel helped Singapore build up its armed forces in its early years of independence, and this unique security relationship remains invaluable. This weak stance shames the people of Singapore. Our government must end ties with this murderous state and do its part to isolate Israel on the global stage, regardless of what economic and security ties have been valuable thus far. We cannot stand up for what is just only when it is convenient, but even when it costs us. While ordinary people in Singapore have done much to bring aid to Palestinians, we all know that with the blockade imposed by Israel, pitifully little aid has made it into Gaza. Any aid we send cannot make up for the material ways in which the Singapore state remains complicit in Israel's occupation of Gaza. This complicity must end.
We are materially complicit because Singapore has strong economic ties with Israel, funding their genocide through trade. Singapore has strong military ties with Israel, funding their genocide through arms purchase. Singapore has research partnerships with Israeli firms and universities that develop arms and technologies to be used on the Palestinian people. We cannot negotiate with a genocidal terrorist regime which continues dropping bombs in the region and has declared their intent, open intent, to wipe out an entire population. It has long past the time we can convey our views in a respectful partnership. We demand that Singapore immediately ends military, economic, academic, political, and diplomatic ties with Israel immediately. Thank you. That is the end of the statement. We will end the hunger strike in a minute. Thank you.
Okay, it is now 7 p.m. and we will finally break our fast together. Okay, we're good? Okay, let's everybody take out your dates. Let's do this together. If anyone's ready to share their reflection, you can pick up the mic.
No, eat first.
Okay. Okay, guys, this is for my TikTok audience. Right now, if you just joined the live, we are breaking our 48-hour hunger strike. Maybe I want to share why each of you joined the hunger strike. Yes, talk to the camera. Okay. So Umar, why did you join the hunger strike? Okay, go first.
Why did I join the hunger strike? To essentially discipline myself into doing what is necessary to act for the liberation of myself and the Palestinians. Yeah.
We're all chewing. Okay, why? Let's go.
Well, I guess I joined the hunger strike because after I've tried many ways of engaging our government on this issue. They always tell us to go through the proper channels, which we did, as in the good kids that we are. But it seems like nothing has changed, right? Nothing has moved. And so when the opportunity came for me to actually use my body to send a message, I think, that's when I just jump on it. Yeah.
Yeah, this was asked to us last week, and I've been reflecting on my answer a lot. There's two main reasons. One, I acknowledge that a huge part of why the movement can't move as fast as I want it to is because we are all tied down to how attached we are to the world, right? I want to do something, but I can't risk my job. I want to do something, but I can't risk my family. I want to do something, but I'll go hungry. There's always I'm attached to the world. So since last year, what I've been doing for Palestine on a personal level is I've been fasting a lot to detach my attachment to the world, so it doesn't stop me from doing things that are perhaps bigger or more risk. So when I saw the hunger strike, it was exactly the thing I needed, not just for myself, to detach and fix my relationship with my desires of the world, to also inspire people that we all are, by default, a slave to the system, by default. And how do you get yourself away and no longer be a slave is to voluntarily default yourself to, I don't want it, I don't need it, I've had enough for today, give it to someone else. So to build that in a person is you constantly doing what we do in this hunger strike, right? We always acknowledge we're very privileged, and we acknowledge that actually we don't need a lot to survive. Whatever we've been doing in Singapore is a lot of excess. So it's learning how to get rid of that excess, and hopefully it'll make me more sincere and strong on my journey. And number two, this is, for me, a space where I'm with so many pro-Pel people for more than 2 hours. Usually in the movement, it's very fast. If not, it's just an Instagram DM. But here I get to meet people, and I get to learn about them, and I get to understand where my place is in the movement. Because the best part of being in a movement is you learn everybody's strengths. And once you learn everybody's strengths, you reach a new level, play to your strengths, and you move better. And I think through the last 2 weeks I've been striking, I did manage to learn everybody's strengths. And it's been an amazing, inspiring experience for me, meeting all these wonderful people. Yes, and what about you, Christina?
Okay, thank you, Nurul. Okay, for me, my answer will be the same as yesterday. So, it's to learn how to live without. Okay, to learn how to live without, that's where you learn to grow, to basically exceed your limitation. So that way, when you feel hungry, you think more, and then it pushes you in a way. When people say you are hungry for success, it's the same concept for me. Yeah. Do you have any other questions? Yeah.
As I joined this hunger strike to solve, in my mind at first it was sort of to build my tolerance for discomfort, because discomfort is the thing that comes hand in hand with when you do things like, say, organizing, when you do things like activism, and things like, say, police investigations, police interviews, or just having to have conversations. Sometimes my parents asking me what I'm doing, and having to sort of explain to them. All those things are very uncomfortable things, and I think this, having a hunger strike, putting myself through, just not eating for 2 days, which it's a test of my self-discipline, and it's also a statement to myself for a future version of me, to sort of show that I have the commitment to make this, I can do this, I have it within me to create change.
I think I joined the strike because for the past year or so, I've been feeling quite stuck in regards to pro-Palestine action. The most I've been doing is boycotting and posting about it and talking about it, which are all I think important actions, but they're also very sort of like a bubble, also very personal and internal. It's I'm making the choice to have these conversations, or I'm making the choice to not eat this or buy this. But at some point, I really have the need to also express the disagreement I have with our state and our state's position on the genocide, and just imperialism as a whole. Like, it's really much bigger than me, and it feels like sometimes my individual actions isn't enough. So I mean this is also technically an individual action in that I am just depriving myself of food, but like, I think that it is in the fact that we're doing it together that makes it feel a lot more external and outside of me. So I think that's why I'm striking. Yeah.
Okay. Now, does anyone else have any new reflections from today?
Yeah, I do want to share something that sort of happened like recently, like throughout this afternoon. It was kind of I was like quite out of it, just like that. Yeah, it does tie back to the sense of empowerment, the sense of community that's present in this space. I think everyone being here makes it feel very safe and very comforting. I think a lot more so than home for me. And yeah, the thing I want to talk about is like this argument I had with my parents. So yeah, like I'm a trans woman, I'm queer, and that's something I've been trying to get through to my parents for quite a while. And I think like around 1 p.m. I just made like the impulse decision to just like bring it up again. I've been trying to have conversations with them, very difficult, very uncomfortable conversations that always leave me in tears afterwards. I think it's this space that empowered me to, make that decision and sort of try it again. And yeah, throughout the discussion, it was like, I think my parents were really avoidant. It was quite hard to get through it. And after a while, my dad, for some reason, also brought up like the hunger strike. He asked me like, why are you doing the hunger strike? Like, what's this like ridiculous thing you're doing? Like, what does this do for Gaza? This does nothing. And I think my mom also chimed in. And yeah, it was difficult. It was like a direct test of my values. Like, how do I respond to situations like these? And it was difficult. I cried again. I went out of the room to just take a walk, just talk about it with my friend. And yeah, and I came back stronger again because I think I'm choosing to talk about this because I think like our own personal struggles and the struggles of the people around the world, of Palestinians, are all very intertwined. Like, if I can believe that, if I can believe so uncompromisingly and so unequivocally on the rights for Palestinians to live their lives, for self-determination, for the right to return, for the right over their own land, then why shouldn't I also believe in the same for myself? And at the same time, it's like, if I cannot have the strength to push for that for myself, if I don't have the belief in my own right to live the life that I want, and if I don't have the strength to back it up by having all the difficult conversations, taking all the actions that will make that life happen, then how can I have the strength to stand up for the people across the sea, across lands, across the world? Like, what I go through right now and what everyone goes through right now, the hunger strike, is directly linked to the global struggle for freedom, for revolution, and for humanity. Thank you.
I would like to add, so basically what I want to say is we need to overcome this we can't be helped attitude, because I believe whenever I mention something about Gaza, then there will be like people saying, no, this can't be helped. Okay, you have done enough. So it's beyond our control. Yes, it is beyond our control. Okay, but we should do our best as individuals. For example, we need to be aware and conscious of our own contribution and our own, for example, for boycotting and stuff. So we can think of a lot of ways to boycott. We need to be aware of our own, based on the teach-ins today that we learn about climate justice. We need to be aware of our own carbon footprints and how we can be socially and economically, environmentally responsible. So basically, the basic gist of it is to bring down the global wants, the global demand. So, for example, the phone market is already saturated as it is. So the best that we can do is right now is to how do you boycott. If we need a new phone, we can just buy resale phones, replacement. And lastly, based on the earlier during the teaching, they mentioned about this Jason Hickel book called named Less is More. So basically, Jason Hickel, I saw his YouTube video is it's quite empowering, and how to say it is he's basically sharing the truth about the world, that how the global south is in tragic conditions because of the world's global demands, and how for example in Congo, where the minerals are exploited in their own country, their own resources are exploited just so that we can get our phones in our hand. All this, it is basically irresponsible to say that we cannot do anything. It is irresponsible, so we need to do our best. Anybody else?
I guess at the end of this strike, I just want to say how grateful I am to be a part of this action for the Palestinian people, because I get to meet such fantastic people, and I learned a lot from everybody. The people I talked to, all the teach-ins, and I was just telling someone just now that I think I learned so much over these 2 weekends, and I think it's just more than what I've learned in the past year, right? And to have and to know that I have so many comrades here in this room. I mean, who knows how many more out there? It fills me with joy as well as hope. I think this afternoon, we were talking about how hope is really a form of resistance, right? Because we are doing this because we have a vision and we can imagine a better future for everyone, for the Palestinians, for the Singaporeans, for all oppressed people in the world. And hope is what keeps us going on. And being part of this really keeps this hope burning inside me. And I hope this is not the end, but the beginning of something great that we will see in Singapore and across the world. Yeah, thank you.
I know that part of the point of the strike is to be deliberate and to hold space for Palestine and to think about them. But cause I've been striking for I think 4 days. I think today and yesterday I've been sleeping a lot more, and I find myself not really being deliberate or thoughtful necessarily in my actions, or in just in the space. I'm not thinking so much about it or being necessarily reflective, even though the space is meant for that. I think that at the end of the day, all of us here are just normal people, and we, as much as we try to be always be deliberate or to be thinking about Palestine or to want to make change, I think that we're also all just very normal, and that we get caught up in different things. Today mostly I've just been chilling and embroidering. So I think that it's just any effort I think is good, and I think that I don't really know what I was trying to say with that. I had a thought, but then it disappeared from my brain. It disappeared from my brain. But I'm just trying to say that I think that it's kind of natural that we all get caught up in our different things, and that we're just living lives, and that we try the best that we can to think about Palestine and to be good. So yeah.
I want to affirm that as well. I felt very human today. I felt the most human in the 4 days that I striked, because I already started with a migraine early into the day, and then I mentioned how I almost gave up on the strike at 8 a.m. That's how I want to affirm Mel, because I think we both had some very difficult conversations with people we loved, our friends and family, and yet we still have to continue with the hunger, all right? And we still have to stay strong because we still have our values. So I think the hardest part of today, I update my answer. Just now I had a different answer. Right? The hardest part is actually holding on to your values when the people you love and trust question your values. Yeah, especially because I admit I'm only 26, so I'm pretty like raw. I'm not cooked yet in life and experiences. You know, a lot of knowledge in my brain is just theory, no experience. I'm still pretty young, so I always acknowledge when an elderly tells me like that's wrong, because they've lived 3 times my age, right? But then it's that now through Palestine, I've had to talk to people who are 3 times my age and make no sense. Yeah, so holding on to your values is really hard. And I want to know from Mel and how hard it is that you chose to have the conversation. Yeah, and they were lying down all day because they were physically tired, right? And yet, you wrote so much. Like you wrote paragraphs and you went out to cry. You come back here and you're holding in the teach-ins and now you're here and you're reflecting. And I think that is the mark of that I'm around good people, because you guys take hardships and you guys use it to grow. And that is why we do this hunger strike. You're around good people and you grow with them and you affirm them. And that's also why I want to affirm KY on about knowledge and so much that you learned today, right? Just now I mentioned that we are all by default a slave to something, a slave to your desires, a slave to social media, a slave to your fears, right? One antidote I can give to all that fear is knowledge. Yeah, so last week, I gave a 15-minute speech about Imam Ghazali and how you have to detach yourself from the world, right? Imam Ghazali wrote a book, one specific book, just about knowledge. Yeah, because it's so important to learn. It's so important to learn, guys. I know I make fun about, you guys need to read more, or we need to read more. We have so much gaps of knowledge, right? But I really just wanted to implement that. It's so important that you guys learn. And learning isn't just books if you don't like reading. Talking to good people who are also trying to grow, you will learn so much more as well. Even if you have a hardship in like reading text or staying to listen to lectures, as long as you are able to improve a bit because you learned something, that is a sign that you are trying. And that's a sign that you'll be okay, because at least if you die, you died trying, you died growing, you died learning, and you died trying to inspire someone, even if it's just yourself. Yes. Does anybody else have a more? There we go.
I suppose to affirm those of you who are watching who are worried about how their role is too small or too insignificant to contribute. I have this the systems of oppression and exploitation that built the state of Israel were built with one lie and one small evil act at a time. Equally, the systems of liberation that will free Palestine will be built by one small truth and one small revolutionary act at a time. So never discount what little you do. With that, shall we end? Oh. Okay. Do you have one more reflection? Okay.
Wait, why did you stop halfway? Oh, no. Okay, so the reason why I strike is very simple. It's because I saw a very young girl, like she was about 6 years old, and she was blown, like she was lying on a doctor's gurney, and she was wheeled into the hospital after being bombed. And I remember seeing, at first she looked fine, and the camera was on her brother, which his face was like split open, right? And then I saw this girl, and the doctors cut open her shirt, and her intestines came out. And when I saw that, I couldn't contain myself. And I was like, how is this okay? Like, this is her actual organs. And when her intestines came out, there was no food. She died starving. And when I saw that, I was really, really moved. And the next thing I saw was my minister signing the wing of an F-35 fighter jet, right? Parts of the F-35 are made in Israel, and Singapore has bought, in its initial deal of this particular fighter jet, it paid the supplier of this fighter jet, which supplies Israel as well. It's one of the biggest suppliers of weapons to Israel, Lockheed Martin. It paid $2.75 billion in its initial deal of just 4 fighter jets. And they're telling us that the $19 million of aid airdropped into Gaza is, we have done our part. Simultaneously, they are paying so much more, like crazy. 19 million is pennies in comparison, right? And that's why I strike, because this is not okay. And we should all not be okay with this. And it's very simple. It's just as simple as that. And if this resonates with you, it makes sense to you, then join a movement, join the space, and be part of resisting. Because if we Singaporeans don't speak up, they rely on our silence. Your silence is your consent. So speak up and do something with your voice. And I guess that's why we are striking today, because we all need to start doing something. It's already been 2 years. I hope this moved you as much as it moved me. And that's my reflection. Thank you.
Yeah, just one final thing. Our silence is our consent. They scare us with fear, they scare us with the police, and they scare us with threats to our livelihoods, to our safety. I just want to say, when we free Palestine, we also free ourselves. When we speak up for Palestine, we remove the shackles that the government has thrown on us, and we make ourselves capable of bringing change, of taking action, of doing so much more than we can right now.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you all for those watching, for following our journey these past 2 days, and for your solidarity with the people of Palestine. Our strike is a symbol of what it is possible for ordinary people to come together and do, even in authoritarian contexts like Singapore. Our pain, hopes, and values are not represented by our state. We are honored to be in this struggle with all of you. Palestine will be free one day, and so shall we. Singapore Hunger Strike for Gaza has one more weekend to go. The next team of Hunger Strikers will meet you over live stream on Saturday, 24th October at 10:30 a.m. Free, free! Palestine! Free, free! Palestine!